with things that she cannot get away from. And then she finally says that she has some responsibility, just like she did here. She gives all these stories, and it's not till the last story, when, again, she's not telling the full truth. But in the last story, she finally says, I'm the one that went in the bedroom and got the gun. So now we're going to talk about where did the gun come from. And so it's important for her, because, again, she knows she's negligent. It's important for her to tell the police that this gun is secure and put away and somewhere where a child shouldn't have access. So her story to the police is that this gun is in the top of the closet. And she gives many versions about how it comes out of the top of the closet that are inconsistent with each other. But she wants them to believe that the gun in her home is in the top of the closet because, again, she doesn't want there to be any responsibility on her part. So let's go through her statements about how the gun came into the room. We heard her last statement about her going to get it, but let's walk through kind of the different statements she gives about this. First,
let's try this. We'll go back to your story because you said he knew where the gun was. So where were you going from there? When you said he knew where the gun was?
He knew where the gun was because he was in my room one day when he just showed up and he seen it in the closet when I was getting my clothes out to get dressed.
Okay, so how does that factor into tonight?
That's where he went and got it from.
So you're telling me he went and got that gun and that's the gun he used?
And he threw it down after he shot his child. And you picked it up and you took it out to the bush and you've done something possibly with the shell casing.
No, I didn't touch it.
So it's probably somewhere in your house.
so in that statement, she's saying that Anton gets the gun out of the top of the closet. She gives all these details about what's happening surrounding her, and then she changes that. The next thing she's going to say is that her 2-year-old gets a stool from inside of the living room, drags it the whole way through the room to her bedroom, climbs up on the stool, and gets the gun from the top of the closet. Because again, she wants the police to think that she has responsibly secured this gun, that she's put it in the top of the closet where kids shouldn't have access to it. That's not true. Here she's saying Gavin gets the gun out of the closet and that she saw him take the stool across the room and do that.
Just putting squat on here. Okay. You're ridiculous, Robert. You went through and tell us what happened prior to what happened when you encountered your boy or Destiny's daddy.
Destiny was laying here. She was watching Netflix. And I was sitting here. And Gavin was sitting beside me. And he was already outside. He came in. And he started screaming and yelling. And we got tough one. And Betty got that stool. We went into my bedroom.
This stool right here.
Yes.
Okay, you leave one show me. Before we leave, we'll get a picture of this.
Yes, sir.
Hey, will you need one of these stools? One of those bar stools right there?
Did you see him moving the stool? Yes.
Did you put that stool back? As a 2-year-old.
Well, they were here, Crumbley.
They were out.
The cookout on Cumberland Avenue, what's the red?
There's no way.
So in this version, she is saying that she saw Gavin get the stool, take the stool to the closet, climb up. I don't suppose she said she saw him climb up in the stool. What he would have had to do is climb up in the stool and get the gun from the top of the closet. That's the walkthrough that happened in September 4th, early of September 15th. And so then we have her come in just a couple days later, September 17th of 2019. And here's what she says. The officer's going to ask her, did you see him get the gun out of the closet? Move the
You
stool.
saw him get the stool, now you're saying you didn't see him get the stool. So, there's,
I can make a mistake, correct?
you can make a mistake, but I would think that that wouldn't be, a mistake you make right there, right?
And so Detective Wardlaw says to her, you told us before that you saw him get the gun, saw him get the stool, and now you're saying that you didn't. She says, oh, I made a mistake. That's not a mistake. She is lying. And the reason it's important, as I've said before, for her to lie about this is because she knows that the police need to be thinking that that gun is in the top of the closet. Because that's the only way she's not negligent. And because of what she says, Gavin has to get measured. Officer Tonkin there, they've got a gummy bear, he's reaching up. He's 45 inches. He's not tall enough to reach a purse in the top of the closet. And then what does she say finally? Her last statement to the police. After she's blamed it on Anton, after she's blamed it on Gavin going in the top of the closet, what does she say?
We're arguing, and I got the gun and got it from me, and child did.
I got the gun. That's what she says there. I got the gun. Where did the gun come from, ladies and gentlemen? I should probably mention too, September 12th, a couple days before this is part of her story that she's telling. She starts with saying there's this tussle and all this other stuff that's happening with Callie and with Anton and her. And finally, this is her final version. She had said before different things, but this is the last thing she says about September 12th.
So, Callie never pulled that one.
Right.
Okay.
That Callie never pulled a gun on Anton. It was her that pulled a gun on Anton. She finally admits that well into this interview, September 17th. How does the gun end up outside? We've heard some of her explanations. I'm going to walk through the litany of things she says about this. First, she's like, what gun? I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun in the house. Watch this.
Did you want a gun? Ever had a gun? It would surprise you if he told you that gun was found outside the house? That would surprise you? Why not?
Yes, it looks, I
It would
mean,
surprise you.
First, she says, no, I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. That would surprise me. Then she says,
no,
Where's it at?
wherever he put it.
Is it the
Callie
one
had a
that's
gun.
outside your house?
I guess that's where he put it.
Callie's the one that put the gun outside the house, is what she's saying. She comes up here on the stand yesterday and wants to say Callie's the one. Callie's the one that was negligent. Callie's the one that took the gun in-house. And she didn't bother to look for it. Here she is blaming Callie. What's next?
So, between the time when the shooting happened and you called 911, when the police got there, what did you do?
I sat there and held his hat on my baby.
You never, went outside or tried to get rid of anything? Because that's a,
No. She never went outside. She never tried to get rid of anything.
I don't know, I guess he's the one that took it outside. Oh my God.
She says Anton took the gun outside.
So why did you feel like you needed to take it outside?
I didn't realize that she was shot till after the fact.
And then finally she says she took the gun outside. But here she says, I didn't realize that she had been shot until after I took the gun outside, which we know is not true. Because she's taken the gun outside on the phone with 911. So she's finally admitting that she took the gun outside, but she's still telling lies about how that happened.
Well, listen to
I
me.
didn't know what to do.
You play that one. You all will have these clips. I'm not going to belabor this point, but in this version, she says, I took the damn gun outside and didn't know what to do. So she finally admits she took the gun outside.
Got a number?
Simple fact of, was this gun used to kill Destiny? Was the gun that was used to kill Destiny? She tells lies about that as well.
Alright, so the gun that we found outside, that Kelly gave you, we test fire that gun. It's not gonna match anything with Destiny.
No,
Have you ever used a shotgun before?
no,
So you don't know how to use a gun.
no.
So what's the chances that you were scared today, you had the gun, and you shot by mistake?
No,
That didn't happen.
no, sir.
You never got the gun until after you called 911 and you thought that you'd get in trouble for that.
Right.
So you're sticking with the fact that Antoine did this.
Yes.
So here she's saying the gun that's outside is not the gun that was used to kill Destiny, which we know is not true. Then she changes her story, but she's still blaming Anton.
Is that gun the murder weapon? I'm just asking. If it is, tell us it is. If it's the weapon he used now and you took it outside, tell me the truth. Is it the murder weapon? Because I think we've got ballistics and we're going to be able to tell. I want you to hear it from your mouth. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Do you want this gun?
Yes, if you want to do.
Yes, that's the gun that was used to kill Destiny, but she's still blaming Anton. And I submit to you what she's doing here, and throughout all of these interviews, as I said before, is that she makes up stories, she deflects everything from Robin Allington, and it's not until she is confronted with evidence or, like here, if we're going to do ballistics on this gun, that she finally tells the truth. The last thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to go through the elements of this offense. You all heard in voir dire that what the state of Tennessee has to prove in this case. We have the burden of proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked in voir dire about what that means. You all recall we talked about how the state has to prove the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I want to walk through briefly the elements of the charged offenses in this case. The first offense that the defendant is charged with is felony murder. I anticipate you will hear from the court, and you all will have these instructions back in the jury room. So if you want to take notes, obviously you can, but you will have this information back in the jury room. Is that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And two, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child neglect and was not a separate and distinct and independent event. And then finally, the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. So those are the elements the state has to prove in this case beyond a reasonable doubt in order for you all to find the defendant guilty of felony murder. We'll come back to that in just a second, because basically what this is that the state has to show the defendant or someone she's criminally responsible for unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And we know that that is the case here. And then also we have to prove the defendant intended to commit aggravated child neglect. And we have to prove the aggravated child neglect. And these are the elements for aggravated child neglect. First, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child, Destiny Oliver, so as to adversely affect her health and welfare. And ladies and gentlemen, the death of this child is an adverse effect on her health and welfare. It could be less. You can have aggravated child neglect where a child is seriously injured and not dead. But obviously, the ultimate adverse effect on your health and welfare is when somebody is deceased. And so clearly that element has been met in this case. that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. Again, serious bodily injury is defined under the law to include death. And it's undisputed in this case that Destin Oliver is dead. We have shown you beyond reasonable doubt that second element. And that the child in this case is 8 years of age or less. And we've heard testimony in this case that Destiny was 5 years old. We heard about her birthday, October, and the exact date and the exact day. 5-year-old child. And so the state has proved, in this case, all of these elements. And we're going to ask you to find her guilty of aggravated child neglect. That's the second count. The third count is similar to the second count. She's not going to be punished twice for the same thing. But it's another theory of what happened. And under the law, the first element's exactly the same. The third element's exactly the same. But this time, because there's a deadly weapon involved, we're going to ask you to find her guilty because there is a deadly weapon that was used to accomplish this act, a firearm in this case. The defendant is also guilty of false report. She initiated a report or a statement to law enforcement concerning an offense or an incident within the officer's concern. And so there are many false reports in this case. But we are required to elect for you which specific false report that we're talking about so that we can have a unanimous verdict. And so in this particular case, we're going to ask for you all to focus on her report to Detective Criddle that an unknown male shot her daughter. And we submit to you that that is something that is absolutely false. And the defendant knew the information relating to the offense reported was false. We ask you to find her guilty of that offense. She is also charged with tampering with evidence. Count 4 has to deal with the firearm in this case. So she tampered with the phone, she tampered with the firearm. So count 4, we're dealing with the firearm.
Count 5.
Count 5, excuse me, thank you. Count 5, the firearm. The defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress, and the defendant concealed a firearm with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in this investigation. She took that firearm, she took it outside, into the dark, while on the phone with 911, put that firearm under the bush, and then called her friends and asked them to come get it. Barely tampering with evidence. And then finally, attempted tampering with evidence. We're talking about here the cellular phone. The defendant knew an investigation was pending or was in progress, and the defendant, there's going to be a definition of attempt, and then you're going to have this definition. So basically, what we're doing here is we're talking about an attempt. So we're saying the defendant attempted to alter a cellular phone with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in an investigation. What did we hear that she didn't come? Even if we give her the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, that phone's face was broken before any of this happened, she still ran it underwater and tried to give it away to a lady in the back row. And that is very clearly meets this definition of attempted tampering with evidence. We ask you to find her guilty of that. So I want to go back really quick and talk for just a minute about felony murder, because I think sometimes when people hear the word felony murder, they think, oh, murder. When we hear the word murder, most people think an intentional act. Somebody did something on purpose. Somebody did something premeditated. That's not what we're talking about here in this case. Okay? These are the elements. It doesn't have to be premeditated. It doesn't have to be on purpose, intentional. What we have to show is that there was an aggravated child neglect and the child died. And that those things were not separate and distinct. She died because of the neglect in this case. Because that gun being in a place where her child had access to it. So the last thing I want to say to you all before I sit down is that the defendant has gotten up on the stand and she has now given her version, her newest version. After 5 years of this case pending, she has now come up on the stand and given her version of what happened. And I submit to you that even if you take every single thing that she said as the gospel truth, which I don't think it would be unreasonable for you not to do that, but even if you did, if you took everything that she said on this stand as the truth, she has admitted on this stand that there was a gun in her house. In her version of events, she has no idea where it is. And it is left in her house for 2 days in a place that her 2-year-old child could find it in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, while she's outside. That's her version that she's telling now. And so again, even if you take everything she says as the gospel truth in this case, she has committed this offense. She is guilty of these crimes. And we're going to ask you all that whenever you go back, look at the evidence, think about how she was acting throughout the course of this investigation, and that you hold her responsible. You hold her responsible for her negligence that day and find her guilty.
Thank you. Dwight? You need 5 minutes? All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't discuss the case yet. You've only heard part of it. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and we'll come back and hear Mr. White. All rise for the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the regular docket, it's obviously going to be some period of time before we get started on that, so just bear with us. We'll stand in recess for about 5 minutes. Back to order. We ready to line the jury up? All right, get the jury lined up. Everything good, General Emmons?
Looking much better, Your Honor.
All right, good. Everyone may have a seat. Wait for call for the state. For defense.
Wait for call.
Mr. Whalen, you are recognized on behalf of Ms. Howington for your final argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. I know that at least since Tuesday, you may have noticed I'm coughing, and I don't want you to hold it against Ms. Howington if that has annoyed you. Oh, I got the cough drop, and I'm doing the best I can under the conditions you find me in, which is exactly what this case is about. I told you in opening statement that this is a family tragedy that the state is trying to find a way to make worse. What condition was Miss Howington in when all this was happening? She told them twice, once at the house, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the discussion there, and again in that interview room, about 10 minutes, within the first 10 minutes, that she has PTSD. They know she has PTSD. No one's denied that yet. They went through her purse, found all the meds. What's this for? It's all PTSD medicine. We talked about this at Lord Iyer, and some of you have had personal experience with family members and friends. We talked about how it makes you want to isolate and be quiet. And so what do they say about that? Well, she was quiet. She didn't seem quite as upset as we thought she should. That's what PTSD medicine does. It keeps you from being excited. But they said, that's suspicious. Yeah, it's got to be suspicious because we don't recognize accidents. The hammer has left the room. There's got to be a motive. Not if it's an accident. Well, I guess not if it's an accident. Then in that interview, again, she's not quite as emotional as they think she should be. She says, I'm a little scared. Wardlaw says, your child is dead and you don't want to talk to us. You don't care. She says, not that I don't care. I told you I was raped by a police officer. And in this rapport building exercise that Mr. Riddle was conducting, she got this response.
Are you serious? Your daughter is dead?
I know that.
And you don't want to tell us who killed your child?
No.
Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
More worried about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet.
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God, you're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them, hey, we'll slow a roll here. But if you're going to sit here and bullshit us on this, then we're not going to help you.
She tells him she's raped by a police officer. Now she's in the room with 2 police officers, and one of them appears to be insane. That is not a rational act. This is from a man who claims part of his unit's responsibility is investigating rape cases. Would you like to be a rape victim in Mr. Riddle's interview room? Would you wish that on your worst enemy? Now, the state's going to tell you that she lied over and over. She lied. It's made up these stories. You know exactly what she told them and when she told, for the first time, another person that Gavin killed Destiny. And it's 15 minutes, 10 minutes maybe after the shooting that she is texting Joey, I need you to come pick up that gun. I put it beside the house. Gavin killed Destiny. So this whole thing comes down to, she just put all those elements up there on the board. Did she knowingly place the gun in a place where Gavin could get a hold of it?
That's not what we asked. Just going to tell the jury about the law. It just says it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will look to the court for the law. I will instruct you on the law as soon as all the argument is concluded. If there is a discrepancy between what the lawyers are telling you the law is and what the court instructs you the law is, the court is who you look to for the law. Go ahead with your argument.
So, the whole incident they show you on the neighbor's video, from the time she gets home with the kids from about 8:42 till 911 calls made at 8:53. We're talking about 11 minutes of this woman's life in the most horrible moments of her life. In this 11-minute span, she did not plan to come home from the park and fix dinner and have her son shoot her daughter. This was not a planned event, so she hadn't thought ahead about how this was going to work. But like we talked about in Voir dire, people with PTSD get triggered. Well, she got triggered. A gun is fired in the house. Her daughter has been shot. She's not allowed to go to the hospital. She's taken in a police car. They play that little snippet for you to say, she's calling Joey and saying, hey, can you do what I asked you to do? Can you do what I texted you? They didn't play the part where she says, oh my God, I hope my baby's okay. God, please let my baby be okay. Please let my baby be okay. Officer, have you heard anything about the condition of my baby? They didn't play that part for you. They didn't stop that when they were doing it with the officer and say, hey, did you hear that? No, because it doesn't fit their cold, calculating story. And was there any evidence that Robin Howington is a negligent mother? Did you hear from DCS come in here and tell you, oh God, we've had all these problems. Oh, it's horrible. These poor children. In fact, what did the medical examiner's report show? A normally developed, well-nourished child. And let's be honest. You heard a lot of questioning in Voir dire about, would you leave a child who had been injured? Would you leave a child who'd been injured? Would you leave a child who'd been injured? I shouldn't have to speak these words in front of the Howington and I. apologize. This is a tragedy. The medical examiner told you Destiny couldn't live with that injury for approximately 15 to 30 seconds. That's the reserve oxygen. At that point, her heart's not beating, it's not taking oxygen from the lungs to the brain. Within 15 to 30 seconds, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, she was dead. You've heard the facts. I suggest to you that in the time it took her to see that flash and figure out where the gun was, where Gavin was, where Destiny was, if Destiny was not moving and not responding, Destiny was gone. The 911 call is 3 minutes long. Officers don't arrive for another couple of minutes. I love Officer Crumbley. He's the only individual in this government process who can answer Riddle's question, don't you have a heart, don't you have a soul? And he can say yes. Because he's got a heart as big as all outdoors. He picks that child up, he carries her outside. He knows she's dead. He's a trained EMT. I talked to him about that. She's got no heartbeat. She's got no breathing. You've got no heartbeat. You've got no breathing. You're dead. The best he could say, he didn't even want to say it on that stand. Through tears, he didn't want to say it. He said, clinically, she was dead. Clinically, she'd been dead for a few minutes before he got there. That's just the unfortunate truth. She shouldn't have to relive this because she shouldn't be on trial for an accident. They just got up here and told you, we're not saying she wanted the child dead. We're not saying she killed the child herself. We're just holding her responsible for the fact that the child got a hold of the gun. And what were the circumstances leading up to the child getting a hold of the gun? First off, 2 days before, you've been told, and Ms. Howington told them, and they corroborated by speaking to Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, how are you? Good to see you again. And to Callie. When they spoke with Mr. Oliver and spoke with Callie, they corroborated the story of what happened on the 12th. Some differences in whether or not who the instigator was. He's at her house. He's angry at Callie. Angry that Callie's there. She asked him to leave. He won't leave. It's the same man who lost her 16-year-old child at the time because she put her in the hospital and the father ran in and got emergency relief and got custody of her child while she was out of consciousness in the hospital due to a beating administered by Mr. Oliver. She told him that. And this case can tell you, now, they didn't force her to say anything about Antoine Oliver. They didn't make her say that. I'm going to tell you, as far as I'm concerned, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into that interview ended. You can't take a woman who's got PTSD, who's just watched her child be killed in her house in front of her by her other child, jump up and down, yell and scream and cuss at her and tell her she's got no heart, she's got no soul, and then say, let's continue. You think that might have triggered her? Like she needed any more triggering? You think did Robin Howington need for either Mr. Wardlaw or Mr. Riddle to tell her, your daughter's dead? She was well aware of that fact. And I will give Mr. Riddle credit. When he took that stand and I asked him, now, if it was an officer involved shooting, the officer would be given time to review his records, his reports, maybe video. He kind of hemmed and hawed with me for a minute, but he said, okay. Yeah, policy on and off has been 48 to 72 hours to reconcile the facts. This is a trained police officer. A trained law enforcement officer would get 48 hours to 72 hours. He didn't mention anything about an immediate brief statement, like Mr. Wardlaw did. He said 48 to 72 hours to reconcile the facts. This woman, who is suffering from PTSD, who has been at Chuck E. Cheese and then out to the friend's house, and then to the park, and then comes home to feed her children, and then suffers the worst tragedy she has ever suffered, that her son gets hold of the gun and shoots her daughter. She gets questioned immediately at the house. They don't let her go to the hospital where her daughter is. They take her to the hospital an hour after the shooting, about 10:06. The doctor declares her daughter dead, comes into the room and tells her that. 40 or so minutes later, she's in an interview room at KPD. Not 48 hours, 40 minutes later. State just loves those clips. I'm going to show you those clips. They can play all the videos that exist in the world, and that's not going to convert this from a family tragedy to a murder. It's not. But one thing that is interesting is that when you look, if you look at those clips at any other time, notice the time on them. 12:45, 1:45. They're back at her house with her at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. She has been with them for a work day on the worst night of her life. And they want to say, well, then she said this that wasn't true, and this that wasn't true. So see, that means she's guilty. Not that she's confused. In fact, not that Miss McDermott stood up there and said, let me show you this other video that happened the next day. It was 2 days later. Did she lie to you? No, she was confused. Can you imagine she was confused in a courtroom where she works, in a job that is her profession, to deal with questions and answers and facts. Miss Howington was being interviewed on the worst day of her life about the worst possible circumstances. And she needs to get everything right. And if we talk about why those officers might need 48 or 72 hours, think about some of the things Ms. Howington told them. They talked about in that 17th story that she was telling them that on the night of the killing, that Antoine gets the gun and he takes the thing out of it. He's trying to take the thing out of it. That's what she told them happened on the 12th, and what they verified happened on the 12th. He took the gun away from her. She pulls the gun. He takes the gun away. She pulls the gun and says, leave. He won't leave. He snatches the gun from her. She doesn't shoot him. She didn't even have her finger on the trigger, because if it did, when he snatched the gun, it would have fired. She's got the gun in her hand trying to make him leave. He won't do it. He takes it, breaks it apart, throws it down, and Callie went and got it. Mr. Oliver said that, and Callie said that. The officer testified. Mr. Riddle did, and he questioned them, and yes, that's what they said about what happened on the 12th. So Callie's the last person with the gun. She says, she tells you, I told him, put it away. Now, she's just been in this confrontation with Mr. Oliver. He's taken the gun away from her and thrown it. Callie's gone to pick it up. Do you really think she wants to deal with the gun again? She says, put it away. It's 2 days before the shooting. The state would have you ask, ma'am, why didn't you go in there the next day and check and see where that gun was? So for 2 whole days, you hadn't looked to see where your gun is? How often do you go look and see where your gun is? She tells him it's in the closet on the shelf because that's where I keep it. She tells him Gavin had to climb up there on the stool because Gavin got the gun. And remember, that's what we're charged with, that Gavin got the gun. And that Ms. Howington allowed that to happen, and that's negligence, and it resulted in a death. So they're giving you that Gavin got the gun. She's in this room, in her mental state that she possesses at that moment. As one of you described, how could a mother be in her right mind under those circumstances? She is under those circumstances, and she's trying to figure out how the hell did Gavin get the gun? Well, he must have got on the stool. He must have got to the closet, because that's where the gun is, because that's where she keeps it. The truth of the matter, as she told you yesterday, was after Callie, she asked him to put it away. She had never told Callie where she kept the gun. He didn't know where she kept the gun. He went and put it away, wherever away is at that point. So when they ask her where was the gun, she tells them where she keeps it. In reality, she's not thinking that Callie had it 2 days ago, and I don't know where he put it. I just assume it's where I keep it. Not the right assumption, but under the circumstances, understandable. If you want to understand it, if you believe accidents are possible, or if you don't, you just think that everything should be a murder. It's got to be a murder, and there's got to be a motive, then sure, prosecute Ms. Howington for that. But that's not the facts of this case. They didn't tell her, they didn't make her throw Antoine under the bus, as she said. By God, they did. There's Mr. Wardlaw right there. What did he say to her? I'm going to shoot you straight. I think it was very bad. I think he was upset that you were with Callie, the whole situation, and he came in and he shot her. And then the Hammer spoke up. He says, I think so too. He hit the nail right on the head. You can't ask for a better sentence than he hit the nail right on the head, because he's the Hammer. He doesn't believe that every homicide's not a murder. It's got to be a murder. And he's running around hitting the microphone because that's a nail. Hitting the lights, those are nails. To a Hammer, everything's a nail. And that explains his discussion with Ms. Howington. No, you're not a grieving mother. No, you're not a rape victim. No, you're not a sufferer of PTSD. You're a liar. Fibbers are always fibbers. But what did these two gentlemen tell her? She's explaining to them how Gavin could have gotten his gun and how he shot his sister. Ma'am, that's not possible. That child couldn't pull the trigger. That's not true. It didn't happen. It's not possible. Now, think about this for a minute. Ms. Howington knows what happened. She knows Gavin pulled the trigger. And she's got 2 professional investigators telling her, not physically possible, it didn't happen. That's going to be hard for anybody to say, I know what I know. Why are you telling me that's not possible? Well, compound that with a person who has PTSD, is medicated for PTSD, and has just been yelled, screamed at by an insane police officer who's telling her she has no soul and no heart. Were they lying? Because the TBI expert said, yeah, there's a study that was done, and 3 and 4-year-olds, 25% of them, can pull the trigger on a gun with 10 pounds of trigger pull. Now, I know I'm in big trouble because Gavin's not 3. That's the youngest study they did, 3 and 4-year-olds. Gavin is not 3. Gavin is 2.5. and this is a 5-pound trigger pull gun. And he said, as to this gun, in this case, it is possible for him to have pulled that trigger. So, they lied to her. Well, wait a minute, Mr. Raymond, that's not fair. Maybe they didn't know at the time. Maybe that's really the strongly held belief. How come she doesn't get that same break? How come she can't be confused? How come she has to get all of it correct the first time around, 40 minutes after being told her child is dead? And then for 4 hours into the night, into the wee hours of the morning, she's got to have it right. They wouldn't even have talked to the cops at that point. If it had been a police officer shooting, they wouldn't even have talked to him yet. We're still within 12 hours. He said, what about the first 48 hours? No, it's very important investigation. First 48 minutes? It's not when it's a cop involved shooting. And then, Miss McDermott stood right here at this lectern and asked, Mr. Riddle, isn't it true that police-involved shootings are different? Yes, it is. And she stopped. I got up and asked her, how? How are police-involved shootings any different than any other shooting? Well, they're just different. Well, Mr. Riddle is a human being, a police officer, or a citizen, using a gun, pulling the trigger, and someone getting injured or killed. Well, yeah. So, it's not different at all, is it? Well, I guess not. Now, one has to ask, why would you ask that question? And why did he say yes, knowing they weren't different? That's called perjury. You do it in that chair. And you raise your hand and say you'll tell the truth, and then just in a knee-jerk reaction to a bad question, aren't they different? Yes, ma'am. That's perjury. Why would he do that? He knew better. He absolutely knew better. So let me tell you why I think he did it. Because this, and this, that, well, a couple of those got two sides. This box and all these photographs and all these discs, there is no proof Miss Houndington knew where that gun was because Callie had put it away. So there's no proof that she knowingly made that gun available to the child and as a negligent act. So, blows smoke. What's the biggest smoke? Let's talk for a moment about those 63 seconds. How many times Wardlaw and Riddle tell her, we ain't enough police, lady. We don't care about them. They were at her house within 2 minutes of the 911 call. They were there for another, that's 9 o'clock, I'll give them a few minutes. Let's say 9 o'clock at night, the police were on, so we're a few minutes earlier. They're there till 4 o'clock in the morning at least. Did anybody show you any evidence that they found Roxy's in her house? She had a purse full of prescription bottles. Did anybody show you any Roxy's that were in her purse? Did anybody say she had baggies or packaging or Roxy's in the house somewhere? So why are we talking about that? Because in that and that and that, all that up there, they don't have the evidence they need. So they just want to throw things at the wall and say, that's a bad woman, convict her. She was doing a drug deal with Mr. Key. Mr. Key, he's an interesting fellow too. He testified on Friday at a hearing. They said, how'd you know Miss Howard? Oh, I met her through friends in the neighborhood. What kind of friends? Oh, I did work for people in the neighborhood. They referred her to me. She was willing to pay me a decent wage, so didn't.
That's not evidence, and it's also.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will judge which facts are before you and which are not. If they are facts not in evidence, you may not consider them. Go ahead.
And I knew her I was doing odd jobs for her. And then I got some pills from her because my grandma was dying. And I got some pills from her. That was on Friday. Monday or Tuesday, we testified. Sir, how do you know what's happening? I bought pills from her. And I asked him on the cross, I said, wait a minute, you remember Friday? You said you knew her because you did odd jobs for her, you painted her house, you cut her lawn. You took your child over to her house, and her children and your child played on the trampoline while you were doing the work. And now all of a sudden, she's guilty. Huh. Now from Friday to Monday, he got a new perspective on her. Maybe because they don't have the evidence they need, so throw some at her. She told you why she put that gun outside. I'm still baffled today by Riddle's response to her in the room. Ma'am, I know your daughter's dead, but you have many more children. You need to be thinking about that. She has 2 children, one's an adult, and the other is Gavin. That's it. Destiny's gone. Gavin is the only one who's left. Gavin, as they are telling you here today, throughout this trial, shot his sister, mortally wounding her by accident. This is a woman who has her own mental health struggles because of trauma she has suffered. And she's thinking about that boy and what's going to happen to him. He's going to spend the rest of his life knowing that he's the one who killed his sister. She does not want that. So she tells them it was some unknown man. Now, did the police start a dragnet for some unknown man? No. They couldn't. She puts the gun outside, and she says for 2 reasons. One is because she wants it out of the house. It's just been fired in the house, and it's resulted in the death of her daughter. Her son is still in the house. She puts the gun outside. She put it outside because she's also worried the police are going to blame her for some kind of for possessing the weapon. She doesn't have a felony, they told her. You don't have a felony, you possess a weapon. They say, we wouldn't have gone after Gavin. What do you think? We'd arrest a 2-year-old? Well, I'd say if you're in an interview room with a woman who tells you multiple times that she has PTSD as a result of a rape, and her daughter has just been killed, and you jump up and down and yell and scream and pound the table and cuss her and tell her she ain't got a heart and a soul, I don't know exactly what's on your list of things you would do. It's pretty short, I'm assuming. And I am absolutely shocked. And I hope they don't get up here again, because I'm not going to get a chance to talk to you again. They can't figure out whether you remember best what you heard first or last. So they give you both to the state. So they're going to get able to get back up after I sit down and talk and rebut what I told you. I don't get to do that again. I just ask you to think in the back of your mind what Mr. Lincoln said about that. Because it's very simple, I believe, ladies and gentlemen. This was not a planned act. It happened. If you don't believe that Ms. Hallington was traumatized by the fact that her 2.5-year-old son shot her 5-year-old daughter, I can tell you that within 2 hours of the shooting, she's sitting in a KPD interview. Part of the time she's at the house, part of the time she's being transported to the hospital, part of the time she's sitting there. If that's not the most traumatic event you can imagine, I can't get you anything else. But that's the person they were talking to. Did they treat her at all like a victim in any way? No. In fact, yesterday, they questioned whether or not she she had been raped. Isn't it true, ma'am, that he was actually only charged with making false reports to the TBI? 2 female prosecutors.
Your Honor, can I read the approach, please?
Just finish up your argument.
No.
Talk about the parties to the lawsuit, not the lawyers, Mr. Waving.
Minimizing the violence perpetrated upon Miss Howard by the individual named by the sheriff of Sullivan County to oversee this program. And then to suggest that because someone else made a decision in Sullivan County to cut some kind of deal, that she must be lying to you about having been raped. Most rape victims don't want to talk about being raped. Certainly not in a room with 2 other police officers who are yelling and screaming at it. Or coming into a courtroom and having to say it, and talk about it. Don't be mistaken. That's what started the PTSD. That's why she was being treated. That's why she had medications for PTSD. No matter what anyone else says. And if I'm not mistaken, what I said in closing argument a minute ago was, after Mr. Wardlaw threw Mr. Oliver on the bus, she said, Mr. McGovern said, all Ms. Howington had to do was say no. Short memory. PTSD will do that to you too. I asked Mr. Wardlaw, remember what she said after you asked her, was it possible that Anton would have killed her? Well, show it to me. Play the video. Let me see it. Here's the transcript. You said, is it possible Antoine would do it? What was her response? No. I promise you he didn't do it. It wasn't him. She said no. They wouldn't accept no. But once she got around to saying, okay, you're right. You're right, Ms. Wardlaw. I can't do this anymore. You're right. What happens then? She's now the queen of the ball. They're going to try to get her in a hotel, get Gavin there for protection. They're going to look out for her, make sure she's safe. That's what you do with investigative techniques. You're training people to give you the answers you want. They got the wrong answer. Now they want to blame it on her. She said, I can't take it. I can't do it anymore. You're right. And the abuse stops. There's a pretty good thing to look forward to. If I tell you what you want to, what you say is true, you stop screaming at me. Triggering that PSTD, making me think I'm crazy. Because you're telling me everything I know isn't true. That's a hell of a place to be. So she told him somebody else did it. She told me she said that to protect him. And the other steps that she took after that, telling them, agreeing with them, oh, it was Mr. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Oliver did it. It gets it, still gets it off Gavin. You're being told, oh, she's trying to self-preservation. She's not charged with having shot the child. Gavin is the one who shot the child. Does it not make sense that she would try to protect Gavin? The only child, despite Mr. Riddle's math, that she has left, that she doesn't want to have to suffer mental illness for the rest of his life because he shot his sister. Is that not a reasonable goal for Mama Bear to take? Everything after that just builds on that. How are you going to, other than that is to say, Gavin did it. And they start saying, that's not true, this is not true. And finally she gets to it and says, Gavin did it. And when you look, well, you don't have a mannequin anymore. They had a mannequin hanging on its side. That's been shot just off the top of that couch, off the cushions of the couch, the seating of the couch, about a 2-foot height from the floor. Not where Gavin would be if he was pointing a gun. They kept telling her that's not true. He would have to be on top of her, shooting like this, down into her. That thing should have gone through the couch and into the floor. There was a couch cushion right behind her when she was lying on her side. They had all the evidence they needed to know that this was an accident and that she was not responsible for it. But because they couldn't give her what they would give each other, which is 48 to 72 hours to figure out what's going on, and we hope they are not suffering from PTSD and medicated like she was. They had given her that 48 to 72 hours, they would have had time to know what happened. They would have had time to collect all that evidence at the scene and found the bullet in the cushion and stop telling her lies about where it should be and why it isn't there, and that must mean you did it. Because it's not adding up. It's not adding up because you don't know what the numbers are. You haven't done the investigation. You just drugged this woman into a room and screamed at her for 4 hours and tell her all the things that you want it to be. It's clearly domestic. We do that all along. We knew that. Thank you for telling us. That's what we needed for you to do. Now we're going to help her. She didn't change her story. They changed her. She testified yesterday, and she told you, and she told Wardlaw. They kept telling me he couldn't have got on the steps. He couldn't have got on the stool. He couldn't have got to the top of that closet. It couldn't happen. It's not physically possible. You're lying. What did she answer to Wardlaw? He either climbed up on the stool, or the gun wasn't where I put it. He either climbed up there or the gun wasn't where I put it. I suggest to you, what the state has proven, 4 days of testimony, is that this was a horrible family tragedy. And that's where it should stay. They're not claiming that she killed this child, but they charged her with murder. Because maybe Gavin got his hand on the gun because it was placed in the wrong place by somebody else, elevates this to a felony murder. Only the state could try to find a way to make the family tragedy worse. Don't join them. They have failed to prove that this was anything other than that. In 4 days of testimony, and all the evidence, and all the questions about whether or not truthful statements were made, doesn't change what happened. 10 minutes to 9 on September 14th, 2019. It doesn't change what happened at that moment. It's just a justification to make it more than what it seems. It's a hammer to deny the possibility of an accident. Even though now they're telling you that nobody's telling you Gavin intended to shoot Destiny either. It was just a horrible accident. Let it stay there. Please return a verdict not guilty.
All right, thank you. State gets the final word. General Good, you are recognized for your final argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about some of these numbers that Mr. Whalen just threw out, okay? So we know from the time that Miss Howington gets home from the park with her 2 kids, and the time 911 calls, just like Mr. Whalen said, it's about 11 minutes. And because of that surveillance video from the neighbor, we know what she was doing for a good amount of that time. So for one of those 11 minutes, she's either getting paid for window tinting or what we would submit to you is more likely a drug transaction. If you believe her statement that she came in for the very first time yesterday and sat on that stand, 3 of those minutes she was outside smoking, moving her car. And again, if you take her at her word for what she said on this stand yesterday, 4 of those minutes she waited to call 911 after seeing her child shot in the chest. Those were her words. Because she said that she walked up to that door, that glass door, she saw the flash of light, and she saw Gavin with the gun in his hand. And it is not until 4 minutes later that she places that call to 911. Let's talk about this 48 to 72 hours that the police should have given her after she finds out that her daughter's been killed. Ladies and gentlemen, they gave her an hour, and what did she do? She hid the murder weapon, and she trashed her phone. Imagine what she could have done with 48 to 72 hours. That's why she didn't get additional time. It wasn't because the police were out there trying to investigate this murder, and it had to be a murder, That's not what this was at all. The person that put murder in the police officer's minds was this defendant. She called 911 and said that somebody broke into her home and shot her 5-year-old daughter while she was laying on the couch in cold blood. Nobody put that in her head other than herself. This was the plan that she was concocting in those 4 minutes that she waited to call 911. And I want you to think about another thing. Mr. Whalen, he talked about the fact that Destiny probably died between 15 to 30 seconds based on what the medical examiner testified to. Go back and listen to that 911 call. When she gets back in the house after hiding the gun, as her daughter is probably taking what will be her last breaths alone because she is outside hiding her gun, think about what she said on that 911 call. She says she's still breathing. But again, Ms. Howington's not in there rendering aid. She can't be, based on her own statements. Think about what she said yesterday on the stand. Well, I was praying for her and saying her name, also while hiding the gun. Her daughter took her very last breaths while her mother was outside throwing the gun in a bush.
That is evidence not in the record.
This same instruction, you will consider, ladies and gentlemen, what evidence is in the record and what is not. Final argument.
I also want to talk about the fact that Ms. Howington was apparently too distraught to talk to police after learning of her daughter's death. Okay? The defense keeps saying that she has PTSD, that there's no way, she wasn't in her right mind, right? So there's no way that anything that she said to these investigators after finding out that her daughter had died was accurate. And that's why she was kind of all over the place. Ladies and gentlemen, she had no problem, none whatsoever, being very clear in these text messages to both Callie and to Mr. Keys. She was very clear in these messages about the events. She had no problem telling them exactly where to go to her house and find that gun that she had just hid. She wasn't confused about that at all, was she? But you're supposed to believe that hours later she's too distraught to give an accurate story about how her daughter died? She's too distraught to even remember who all was in her home? Is that what you're supposed to believe? She can tell these people exactly where the gun is that she hid. She knows to go in a bathroom at UT Medical Center while her daughter's life lays in the balance and destroy her phone or try and give it away. She knows to do all that, but she can't possibly.
She couldn't have taken her last breath in the house and still be in her life in a balance at the hospital.
Right, this is final argument. You will judge what facts are within this record and what are not, ladies and gentlemen. Continue with your argument.
Again, She's too distraught to give accurate facts about what happened in the shooting, but she's not too distraught to do all these things to try and cover herself up, right? That's what you're supposed to believe. You're supposed to believe that she was protecting Gavin. That's why she did everything that she did. That's why she framed Destiny's father for murder, ladies and gentlemen. She did. Think about what she said up on that stand yesterday when I said that to her. I said, Miss Harrington, you do realize that your statements alone could have caused Destiny's father to be arrested for first-degree murder. Her response to me, verbatim, was, Antoine didn't matter. Antoine had nothing to do with this case, but she had no problem framing him for murder as long as it didn't look like she did anything wrong. That's all this has ever been about, ladies and gentlemen. And again, you have those videos. You get to go back in that deliberation room and you can watch them as many times as you want. You find a place in there where she tells the investigators that she hid that gun to protect her son. Because I assure you, it's not in there. What she says is, I was scared I would get in trouble. I didn't want to be arrested for having a gun. Her. Not little 2-year-old Gavin. Her. That is the only person that this defendant has ever been worried about throughout the pendency. The 5 years that this case has been pending, she is only worried about herself. That is clear from the evidence in this case. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some things that neither side is ever going to agree on, but the one thing that I will agree on is, yes, we are not standing up here in front of you and saying that Robin Howington took her gun and shot her daughter in cold blood, because we can't say that, okay? There are 3 people that know what happened in that house on September the 14th, 2019. One of them is 5-year-old Destiny. We all know that she can't come into this courtroom and tell you what happened to her. The other one was 2 years old at the time. And because he was 2 years old, when they tried to talk to him, what did he do? Rolled around the floor, drew a waterfall, drew a dog. He couldn't tell you what happened. He can't come in here in this courtroom and defend himself against his mother's allegations because he was 2 years old. The third person that knows exactly what happened in that house that night is that woman sitting right over there. And instead of being honest, instead of being truthful, when it came to who took the life of her 5-year-old child, she took every single opportunity in the world to lie and lie and lie.
Judge, I hate to object, but she can't say that Gavin can't come into the courtroom and defend himself against the accusation. That's their theory.
It's final argument. It's final argument.
Again, the only person who can really tell us what happened is that woman over there, and she has done nothing but lie since this thing started. Even up until she took that stand yesterday, that was the very first time that she has ever told that version of events. Very first time. 5 years this case has been pending. That's the first time when she took that stand in front of you all. That's the first time you've ever heard this version. She has played the victim in this whole thing. She has. She has been more worried about herself than anything else. That is evident. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not stand up here and tell you that there is a right way to react whenever you lose your child. Because every single person is going to react different. But what I will say is that there's a wrong way to do it. It's exactly what she did. You don't see your child get shot and immediately think to hide the weapon that killed her. That is not reasonable, ladies and gentlemen. That is not what happens in accidents. If she was truly trying to protect Gavin, why have other people try and come and get this gun? Why? There is no reason for that. There's absolutely no logical explanation, no reasonable explanation for her actions from September 14th of 2019 till she took that stand yesterday. There's just nothing she can do to explain that away. no matter how many stories she tells, that does not add up. So yeah, I will agree with Mr. Whalen. There's not a right way to act whenever you lose a child. But there is a completely wrong way. And it's everything that she did. Again, I go back to, we keep hearing that she was too distraught to be talked to during that time. If she would have been a little bit more honest and upfront, she probably wouldn't have been in that room for four hours. If she wouldn't have changed her story every 10 minutes, every time she was confronted with a new piece of evidence, she wouldn't have had to be in that room for 4 hours. If she wouldn't have lied and said that she saw her son take a bar stool, put it up to her closet, she wouldn't have had to go back to her house so that they could measure that. She brought all of the investigator's actions upon herself, and we want to keep talking about how Investigator Riddle yelled at her. He was frustrated, ladies and gentlemen, again, based on the information that she has given them. They think that there is a suspect at large out there shooting 5-year-olds. How frustrating must that be? I'll tell you how frustrating it is. Investigator Riddle was frustrated. He admitted that on the stand. There is nothing wrong with the way he acted based on her actions of destroying her phone in the hospital while her daughter is being tended to. She's more worried about destroying her phone? Of course he's frustrated. That's what makes him a good investigator. And then we want to talk about how Investigator Wardlaw hugged the defendant. Well, the defense can't have it both ways. Okay? They can't say that the officers are overbearing and intimidating and then in the same breath fault them for trying to console her when she's crying. They can't have it both ways, ladies and gentlemen. The defense wants to focus on what these officers did instead of looking at the evidence against Miss Howington. These officers were doing their job, and they had to do extra work because of what she did, not because of anything that they did. I also want to talk about something that Mr. Whalen said about that Miss Howington had to know that the gun was in an unsafe place. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not what neglect is, okay? That is not what we have to show. But I would submit to you that based on her own statements, she absolutely should have known that that gun was in an unsafe place. If we want to take Miss Howington at her word, that she took this stand, she raised her hand, she took an oath to tell the truth. Maybe she did this time. So let's just assume she did. Even if we take every single word that she said yesterday as true. That is the definition of neglect. Think about it. Callie supposedly gets this gun, puts it back together, and she says, okay, go put it up. She doesn't ask him where he put it. She doesn't check to make sure he put it in a safe place. She just doesn't care. She goes about her business for 2 days. She is responsible for her own children in her own home. If she wants to take on having a gun in her home where her 2 children are, it is her responsibility and nobody else's. It is not Callie's. It is not anyone's. It is her gun in her home with her kids. Nobody else's. And she admitted that. She admitted that to Investigator Wardlaw the night of the shooting. He said, don't you think that it's your responsibility to make sure that your gun is kept in a safe place? Yes. She agreed then. It is her responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. She had a duty to her 2 small children to make sure that they were protected, to make sure that they were safe. And she failed miserably at it. In the 3 minutes that she now claims she was outside smoking, She says that this 2-year-old got this gun that she apparently has no idea where it is in her house. Y'all saw the pictures of little Gavin. He's not very tall. It had to be somewhere pretty accessible. She didn't testify that when she walked in that there were stools pushed everywhere for him climbing this time. No, this time she didn't say that. She agreed with me that it had to be pretty accessible to him. 3 minutes. That's all it took. She was outside smoking, according to her own statement. And her 5-year-old daughter lost her life. And that's on her, ladies and gentlemen. That's not on Gavin. That's on their mother, Robin Hamilton. That's why she's on trial today. Not because the state or the investigators want to turn an accident into a murder. It's not why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. We are here because of one person's actions and one person only. It's that woman sitting right there at that table. This is a tragedy. A 5-year-old girl lost her life. It is. It is an absolute tragedy. I will not stand up here before you and say that it is not. But it could have been prevented. It should have been prevented by the one person who had the duty and the responsibility to do so. And like I said, failed miserably at it. For all those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you deliver a verdict that comports with the evidence in this case. The only verdict that supports the evidence is guilty as charged. Thank you all very much for your time and attention.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the instructions in this case are 22 pages long, and I believe I can read those to you in roughly 20 minutes or so. But I'm going to give you the option. It's right at noon. The food will be here about 12:30. Would you like for me to go ahead and read the instructions, or does anyone need a break before we do that? Okay. All right. If you would pass out, the bailiffs are going to pass out copies of the court's instructions on the law. You are receiving these copies so that you will have a copy to read along with me as I read the instructions to you. When the court has concluded reading the instructions and as you're leaving the courtroom, please stack your copy up on the witness stand. Officer Morgan will help you do that. I need only the original, which bears my signature, to go back in the jury room with you to assist your foreperson in deliberations. So let me know when everybody's got one. All right, let's read along together. The evidence and argument in this case have been completed, and I will now instruct you as the law. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out one or more of them to the exclusion of others, but should consider each one in the light of and in harmony with the others. The indictment is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with a crime. It is not evidence against the defendant, does not create any inference of guilt. The defendant, Robin Rebecca Howington, is charged in indictment number 117659 with the offense of first-degree felony murder as alleged in count 1, aggravated child neglect as alleged in counts 2 and 3, false report as alleged in count 4, tampering with evidence as alleged in count 5, and attempted tampering with evidence as alleged in count 6. To these offenses, she has entered a plea of not guilty. There are a total of 6 counts for you to consider, and the essential elements are as follows. First count. Any person who commits first-degree felony murder is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. And 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the crime of aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect. The elements of an aggravated child neglect are defined in counts 2 and 3 of these instructions. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child neglect and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child neglect, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. If you find the defendant not guilty, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of first-degree felony murder, you will next consider the defendant's guilt or innocence of reckless homicide, a lesser-included offense of the first count. Any person who commits reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible killed Destiny Oliver, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. If you find the defendant not guilty, if you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless homicide, you will next consider the defendant's guilt or innocence of criminally negligent homicide, a lesser-included offense of the first count. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of Destiny Oliver, and 2, that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Count 2. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child, to wit, Destiny Oliver, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and 2, that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Count 3. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly neglected a child, to wit, Destiny Oliver, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and 2, that a deadly weapon was used to accomplish the act, and 3, that the child was 8 years of age or less. Count 4. Any person who initiates a false report or statement to a law enforcement officer is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant initiated a report or statement to a law enforcement officer concerning an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, her report to Detective Tim Riddle that an unknown male shot her daughter, and 2, that the defendant knew the information relating to the offense reported was false. Count 5. Any person who tampers with evidence is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress, and 2, that the defendant concealed a firearm with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. If you find the defendant not guilty, if you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of tampering with evidence, you will next consider the defendant's guilt or innocence of a criminal attempt, a lesser-included offense of the 5th count. Any person who commits the offense of criminal attempt is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of tampering with evidence, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute tampering with evidence under the circumstances as the defendant believed them to be at the time, and her actions constitute a substantial step toward the commission of tampering with evidence. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows her intent to commit tampering with evidence. Count 6. Any person who commits the offense of criminal attempt is guilty of a crime. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of tampering with evidence, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute tampering with evidence under the circumstances as the defendant believed them to be at the time, and her actions constitute a substantial step toward the commission of tampering with evidence. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows her intent to commit tampering with evidence. The elements of tampering with evidence are set forth as follows. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress, and 2, that the defendant altered a thing, to wit, a cellular phone, with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in numbered counts 1 through 6 of indictment number 117659. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of that indicted offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged included in that count, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare may include, but not be limited to, the natural effects of starvation or dehydration. Child means a person under 18 years of age. Injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, or a broken bone of a child who is 8 years of age or less. Serious bodily injury to the child includes, but is not limited to, second or third degree burns, a fracture of any bone, a concussion, subdural or cranial bleeding, retinal hemorrhage, cerebral edema, brain contusion, injuries to the skin that involves severe bruising, or the likelihood of permanent or protracted disfigurement, including those sustained by whipping children with objects. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to the result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious, subjective, or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of criminal negligence is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Law enforcement officer means an officer, employee, or agent of government who has a duty imposed by law to A, maintain public order, or B, make arrests for offenses, whether that duty extends to all offenses or is limited to specific offenses, and C, investigate, should say, or C, or investigate the commission or suspected commission of offenses. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Dr. Amy Halls, MD, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology, Kyle Osborne, formerly of the TBI, who was described to us as an expert in the field of microanalysis and gunshot powder residue, Lad Kuykendall, TBI, who was described to us as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark identification, and Terry Pate, KPD, who was described to us as an expert in the field of narcotics investigation. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state his opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for his testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness, it is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Any attempt by a person to conceal or destroy evidence is a circumstances which, when considered with all the facts of the case, may justify an inference of guilt. While that inference is by no means strong enough of itself to warrant conviction, yet it may become one of a series of circumstances from which guilt may logically be logically inferred. Whether the evidence presented proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant so acted is a question for your determination. If this fact is proven, this fact alone does not allow you to find that the defendant is guilty of the crime alleged. However, since an attempt by a defendant to destroy or conceal evidence may be caused by a consciousness of guilt, you may consider this fact, if it is so proven, together with all the other evidence when you decide the guilt or innocence of the defendant. On the other hand, a person entirely innocent of a particular crime may attempt to destroy or conceal evidence, and this may be explained by proof offered by the facts and circumstances of the case. Whether there was any attempt to destroy or conceal evidence by the defendant, the reasons for it, and the weight to be given to it are questions for you to determine. Evidence has been introduced in this trial of a statement or statements by the defendant made outside the trial to show an admission against interest. An admission against interest is a statement by the defendant which acknowledges the existence of truth of some fact necessary to be proven to establish the guilt of the defendant, or which tends to show guilt of the defendant, or is evidence of some material fact but not amounting to a confession. While this evidence has been received, it remains your duty to decide if in fact such statement was ever made. If you believe a statement was not made by the defendant, you should not consider it. If you decide the statement was made by the defendant, you must judge the truth of the facts stated. In so determining, consider the circumstances under which the statement was made. Also consider whether any of the other evidence before you tends to contradict the statement in whole or in part. You must not, however, arbitrarily disregard any part of any statement, but rather should consider any statement you believe was made and is true. You are the sole judge of what weight should be given such statement. If you decide a statement was made, you should consider it with all the other evidence in the case in determining the defendant's guilt or innocence. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by these rulings, the instructions, nor by any other remark do I mean to indicate any opinion as to facts or as to what your verdict should be. The statements, arguments, and remarks of the attorneys are intended to help you in understanding and applying the law, but they are not evidence. You should disregard any statements made that you believe are not supported by the evidence. You are the exclusive judge of the facts in this case. Also, you are exclusive judge of the law under the direction of the court. In applying the law of the facts in deciding this case, you should consider all the evidence in the light of your own observations and experience in life. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charge against her. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial, and it is not overcome unless from all the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after an examination of all the facts of this case. If you find the state has not proven every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant not guilty. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime charged, that the crime, if in fact committed, was committed by this defendant in Knox County, Tennessee, and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Some of you have taken notes during the trial. Once you retire to the jury room, you may refer to your notes, but only to refresh your own memory of the witness's testimony. You are free to discuss the testimony of the witnesses with your fellow jurors, but each of you must rely upon your own individual memory as to what a witness did or did not say. You should not view your notes as authoritative records or consider them as a transcript of the testimony. Your notes should carry no more weight than the unrecorded recollection of another juror. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. 1. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? 2. Did the witness seem to have a good memory? 3. How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions? 4. Has there been any evidence presented regarding the witness's intelligence, respectability, or reputation for truthfulness? 5. Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? 6. Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? 7. In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are at variance with his or her evidence on the witness stand. However, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such out-of-court statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved in the trial. The defendant having testified in her own behalf, her credibility is determined by the same rules by which the credibility of other witnesses is determined, and you will give her testimony such weight as you may think it is entitled. The guilt of the defendant, as well as any fact required to be proved, may be established by direct evidence, by circumstantial evidence, or by both combined. Direct evidence is those parts of the testimony admitted in court which referred to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw, heard, or otherwise sensed what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw, heard, or sensed the defendant do, they presented direct testimony about what the defendant did at the time they saw, heard, or otherwise sensed. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all the evidence that is not direct evidence. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. Thus, the important thing for you to keep in mind is whether a piece of evidence is convincing beyond a reasonable doubt, and not whether it is direct or circumstantial. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and each juror must agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to your own individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find that the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should say her guilty. On the other hand, if you find the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt, then you must find her not guilty. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You'll be provided with a form for all possible verdicts. In this case, the jury will complete the verdict form and your foreperson will sign the verdict form. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom and your foreperson will deliver it to the court. The first alternate will be Mr. Dagnan. You'll be the first alternate. I'll give you further instructions on what that means here in just a moment. Alternate. Be excused and go.
Here.
Mr. Whalen?
No.
Mr. Williams, thank you very much for being here with us today. You'll exit out the back door in a moment with the rest of the jurors. As long as your fellow jurors will not discuss the case, you all can eat lunch together. It should be here in just a few minutes, but it's critically important for the other 12 of you who will decide the case that you're only deliberating and discussing the case when it's just the 12 of you within the room. Does everybody understand that? For the other 12 of you, the case is now yours for deliberation. Mr. Dagnan with the bailiffs will make you separate, a separate room where you're going to be. They'll do their very best to make you comfortable and separate apart from your fellow jurors. In the event that one of your fellow jurors fell ill or could not continue to serve for whatever reason, you would replace that juror and deliberations would begin anew with you as a part of the panel. As stated a moment ago, for the other 12 of you, the case is now yours for deliberation. Select one of your members as foreperson, and we will await your unanimous verdict. You may now discuss the case. If you would, as you exit the courtroom, please leave your copy of the instructions on the table. I'm getting ready to sign the original, which will go back with you. All rise for the jury. Where is Tina? My plan is, I'm gonna take 5 minutes and call the docket, and then we're gonna break for lunch. We're not gonna get anything done before then.
block the jugular vein. And the jugular vein is right on side. If you feel your carotid artery, your jugular vein is right on the outside of that. They're side by side. So when you're squeezing your neck, you're blocking the jugular vein and the carotid artery. And this becomes important when we're trying to figure out why sometimes we have what's called petechial hemorrhages, little red dots of ruptured capillaries, and sometimes we don't. And so, but we'll get to that later. But what's happening is this is what the body experiences physiologically when we don't have oxygen going over it.
Thank you. And why don't we talk about petechial hemorrhages right now?
Oh.
And let me get an exhibit for that so you don't have to change places. I think we're dealing with 22E.
One more thing for you.
Objection unresponsive.
Was there one more item?
Yeah, there's more item I forgot.
That you wanted to
Yeah.
address in terms of this particular exhibit?
Yes. This time between when do you stop breathing? Based upon 14 videotapes of individuals who were hung, either suicide, whether homicide or autoerotic asphyxia that went wrong. These were all individuals that had pressure on their carotid arteries. And the study here and said these forensic pathologists watched when do you go unconscious, same kind, exactly the same thing that they saw in the study from 1943. Because the human body doesn't, we're all human. Anoxic seizures, but when do we take our last breath? It was somewhere between the first person in this 14 people stopped breathing at 62, the last one stopped breathing at 157 seconds. So between really 1 minute and 2.5 minutes, all 14 of these people stopped breathing.
Thank you. So, Doctor, with this different slide here, can you tell us what we're looking at, please?
Yes, this is a slide that I created as part of my training to help understand how are petechial hemorrhages created or not created in the human body. We all think about petechial hemorrhage and strangulation. So there are 3 criteria that have to be met in order to have a petechial hemorrhage anywhere in the body. Number 1, you have to have what's called obstruction of venous outflow. That's just a fancy way of saying in a strangulation your jugular vein is blocked. So think about these tiny hemorrhages in the eyes or in the skin as a little water balloon. What makes a water balloon pop? You put too much water in it. Why does a capillary pop? It's because I put too much blood in it. See, right now, blood is being pumped, arteries, goes to the capillaries, and we exchange oxygen, carbon dioxide, and the blood goes back to the heart, and it's that cycle. But if I put pressure on the neck and block that jugular vein, and blood is still being pumped up to the head, what's going to happen? Well, it's like that water balloon is going to get bigger and bigger until it pops. Same thing happens in the veins and capillaries. So that second criteria, we have to have continued blood flow to have a water balloon pop or a capillary pop. Now this is where it gets interesting. This is, love the anatomy, is because we have 2 sets of arteries that take blood to our head. The carotids that take 80%, but then on the sides of the neck, we have a second set of arteries called the vertebrals. And these take 20% of blood. So when you, depending on how you apply pressure, if I'm just putting pressure on the front here, the vertebral arteries keep pumping blood up, but it's got no place to go. So pressure increases and you get petechial hemorrhage. However, if I'm able to apply pressure to the front of the neck, like this, and then I do something called a rear naked choke where I put pressure on the back and sides of the neck, I can block 100% of blood flow to the brain, and I will render you unconscious and dead, and you'll never have a petechial hemorrhage because that second criteria of arterial inflow isn't met. And then the third criteria is the passage of time. In the timeline that we just saw, it takes somewhere between 10 and 30 seconds of back pressure in those capillaries before they begin to rupture.
Do you have a video too that helps explain this particular issue?
Yes, I've created a training video with a grant that I received to train doctors, nurses, police, defense, prosecutors, judges in how to understand what happens or doesn't happen in a case where you do or don't have petechial hemorrhage.
Let me show you that video. It's been marked as 23A. You recognize it?
I do, sir.
How do you recognize it?
Because my name's on it, because I made it, but my initials are on it too.
Thank you. Move to admit 23A.
No objection. 23 is admitted.
Move to publish the same.
You may publish it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Bill Small. I am a forensic physician and I have worked for the Louisville Metro Police Department for more than 30 years. Petechial hemorrhages are not required to prove either non-fatal, near-fatal, or fatal strangulation. In fact, someone can be rendered unconscious in less than 10 seconds or fatally strangled and have no petechial hemorrhages. The development of petechial hemorrhage requires that 3 criteria be met. First, venous obstruction, the blockage of blood in the veins, preventing the blood from returning to the heart. In strangulation, this occurs when the jugular veins in the neck are blocked from the application of pressure on the neck from hands, an arm, or a ligature. The second criteria, continued arterial blood flow into the capillaries. And 3, time, between 10 and 30 seconds of back pressure. If pressure from a ligature or arm is placed on the neck in such a manner as to block both the carotid and the vertebral arteries, the second criteria for petechial hemorrhage formation, that of arterial inflow, is not met. When 100% of arterial blood flow to the head is blocked, there is obviously no blood flow to the capillaries. If there is no blood flow to the capillaries, there will be no capillary rupture. If the pressure is maintained for 60 to 157 seconds, the respiratory center in the brainstem dies. The individual will die from asphyxia, and there will be no petechial hemorrhages present.
Okay, doctor, I had a few other questions about this particular topic. So I think you can take your seat if you'd like.
Thanks, sir.
That way we get that microphone closer to you. This rear naked chokehold that you mentioned, is this something that, at least in the past, police officers were trained to utilize?
Usually police officers were trained to do what's called the lateral vascular neck restraint. That's bicep and forearm to the neck. However, some MMA or Jiu-Jitsu Taekwondo also have added what's called the rear naked choke to the neck. So that rear naked choke, here's the vascular neck restraint, but when you come and apply pressure on the back and the sides, that's the rear naked choke, which you can block 100% of blood flow to the human brain, and that's where you can be rendered unconscious or dead. with no petechial hemorrhage. Because if you have no blood flowing into those capillaries, just like no water flowing into the water balloon, it'll never pop.
So a vascular neck restraint, it was typically taught to police officers some time ago in the past?
Yes, it was back before we were young and dumb. And I include myself in that because I was trained in how to do that. But what we've learned since then, because I've actually had 3 police officers who stroked during training from doing that, so we don't do that anymore. But yes, police across the country had been trained in the past in how to do neck restraints.
So with the vascular neck restraint, is it possible to utilize that and render someone unconscious, and if you keep it up long enough, kill them?
Absolutely. And what's interesting about bicep and forearm is you'll have no marks on the neck, no bruising on the neck, because bruising is ruptured blood vessels, but because it's a broad surface, bicep and forearm to a broad surface, if you ask police officers who've gone through that training, at the end of the day, we had no marks on our neck. None.
And that was my next question, whether or not a vascular neck restraint would leave any marks. And I take it then by your video and your other literature here, there could be no particular hemorrhage either?
That's correct.
And so essentially a person who had been subjected to this hold, went unconscious and then died, would have no marks on them?
That is correct, sir.
And they wouldn't have any particular hemorrhages?
That's correct, because what's interesting is how much pressure does it take to block those vessels? To block the jugular vein, 4.4 pounds. That's trigger pull. Depending on your weapon, if you say 6 pounds of trigger pull, double that to 12 pounds. It only takes 11 pounds of pressure to block the carotid artery. 11 pounds. I mean, that's what you do with your finger when you're pulling your trigger. So that's nothing. That's how easy it is to block blood flow to the human brain and never ever leave a mark because it takes so little pressure.
Does that make autopsy difficult?
It does, because you can block blood flow to the brain, render somebody unconscious, kill them, and never ever leave a mark, inside or outside.
And so how can you tell whether or not a case was a homicide when you have a set of facts based on what we're talking about?
Sometimes it's extremely difficult. You have to look at the totality of the evidence. And this is why it's important to go to the crime scene. What do you see at the scene that will help you in figuring out what happened? Sometimes we can't figure it out and we say that the manner of death is undetermined. We don't know. Or the cause of death may be undetermined. So sometimes we can't. But that's why we take each fact of a case and why, for me, it's important to go to the scene, but also to evaluate every injury that somebody has. Every injury. Looking at an injury. Is there a pattern to that injury? Yes or no? Sometimes there's no pattern to a bruise, and I just say it's blunt force trauma. Sometimes I look at a bruise, and yes, there's a pattern imprint from an object or an implement. And then I say, okay, how does that fit in with the history or evidence that we have?
When application of a vascular neck restraint is applied, do you necessarily have to have loss of bladder control in a person?
No. And again, a couple of things. What if you just peed? You're going to have no urine coming out. What if you are rendered unconscious and someone is behind you and pulling you backwards? If your urethra, which is where our pee comes out, urine comes out, is in the front. If I am on my back and urine will pool in our bladder, gravity's going to pull the urine to the bottom, the back of our bladder, we could have urine in our bladder and nothing comes out because I'm lying on my back. Or, stool's the same way. What if I just empty my rectum? I've got no stool left. So when I die, nothing comes out because there's nothing there.
All right. let me switch tacks on you for a moment and talk about your training and experience in terms of whether or not a prior strangulation on a victim renders that victim more susceptible to a future homicide.
Yes, there's research out there, recently done by a woman who's on our faculty by the name of Dr. Jackie.
And we have to first go on the record, and then we can.
This is a parole hearing for Caleb Montgomery, number 92912. Present today is Chairman Roger Phillips of New Hampshire Adult Parole Board. Also present today are parole board members Horace Enriquez and Patricia Thompson. Let the record reflect also in attendance today representing Victim Services is Lauren Avery, and representing Victim Services from Attorney General's Office is Amy Van Auken. This is hearing number 1.
And we'll begin our questioning with board member Dr. Horace Enriquez.
Okay.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
Busy day for you,
Yeah.
for sure. You were here under the charge of perjury and making false statements.
Yes.
And we'll come to the details of that in a moment. But why might it be important to tell the truth?
Because being honest is the best thing to do. Because if you're not, other actions happen, and being able to tell the truth takes a lot of weight off of you, and it's better to tell the truth and be honest so that everything else can come to light.
Mm-hmm. So by not telling the truth to the grand jury investigation, what do you think happened or didn't happen?
What didn't happen was I didn't tell the truth about where I was during that time, and not being able to cooperate with the detectives. I got all caught up in the situation, and if I just was honest from the beginning, they could have done their job sooner.
And what was their job?
To find Harmony and know what happened to her, and that's it.
So what did you actually tell the jury that was untrue?
That I got dropped off at my work, which was Dunkin' Donuts, and at 6 a.m. and Adam brought Harmony to meet her mother, and when he came back to pick me up at 2 p.m. she was not in the car, and that was a lie.
I guess comes to the question was, so Harmony was your stepdaughter, correct?
Yes.
Was she part of your family?
Yes.
So how were you protecting your family by telling this lie?
I didn't protect them at all.
Because that's what, your personal statement talks about that, is that you were, the justification for the line is that you were protecting your family.
Yeah.
What were you protecting them from?
From losing our other children, from our family falling apart, even though it was falling apart, and not being held accountable for the actions that happen.
So, you were sort of acknowledging the fact that you did lie,
Yes.
correct? So, how have you learned how to tell the truth? What tools have you learned?
But the tools that I've learned is understanding situations and being able to deal with them and not hide anything, and ask for help and let people know when something's wrong or it's not, or something doesn't feel right. And being able to just understand situations and know that it's the best to say what's on your mind and say what you know, and just be honest and talk about what you're going through, or if there's anything wrong, just be honest about it.
You've taken a number of sort of Department of Corrections courses here, journaling and Choose Love. I saw that.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with the Family Connection Center.
Yes.
Did the Focus program.
I'm still currently in it.
What band are you?
Black.
And when do you think you'll graduate?
Between the end of this month and beginning of next month.
So next 3-4 weeks?
Yeah.
You had a couple hiccups getting through the Focus program. What was that about?
Because I was cheating my medication. So I got, they took me out of the program and I had to wait to get back in.
Did you have to do anything to get back in, or just?
No, you just wait until they put you in again.
Okay. Is cheating of falsification, is it lying?
Yes,
So why would you do that?
because I wasn't in the right headspace at the time.
Tell me about, so where are you in your addiction care right now?
I am on the MAT program with Suboxone, and having the tools that I am actually taking seriously and working on myself with the Focus program is
So
a
give me
big
a tool,
part.
give me a tool that you use fairly routinely now.
Instead of, I'm being honest, I'm not lying, and distorted thinking, which you end up changing your thoughts. I could tell you, I could lie to you and say things, but I'm not. I am nervous right now and anxious.
I understand that for sure.
Yeah, so I'm like trying my best to concentrate and not.
Well, the only people you have to talk to are the three of us, okay? So you've got these tools working on yourself. What's your home plan?
That I am working with my case manager on. We're looking for sober living. I'm looking for any sober living housing, but one that I would feel safe and know that I'm safe.
Yeah. So you need to, as you know, finish the Focus program.
Yes.
Have a home plan to be released.
Yes.
Now, I want to come back a little bit to, you had a tough time in the system, in a lot of the disciplinaries.
Yeah.
You had a lot of work-offs rather
Yes.
than completed. Have you finished those hours?
Yes.
And the good news is you've had no disciplinary since July, roughly.
Yes.
So starting to pay attention to things.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have all these little notes here. So tell me about you. You have 4 other children, correct?
Yes.
And what's happening with them?
My oldest son lives with his father and stepmother and brothers. My 3 youngest, which are also my husband, ex-husband's children, they are living with my mother. They've been with her for the past almost 2.5 years. And I ended up losing my rights to them because of my crime that I am connected to. The affidavit got out, and I believe that they used it against me, which I understand.
I don't know what you're talking about here.
For my kids, so I ended up losing my kids. I lost the rights to my kids.
Right.
And the affidavit that got out about Harmony, and what it was saying and details that it was saying, I feel and believe that the CASA and the judge in that case, I believe that they were using the affidavit against me. So I lost my rights to my kids.
Do you have the ability to get those rights back?
I can, yeah. I put an appeal in.
Okay. So that's sort of but are you allowed to communicate with your children?
I haven't been. I'm not, well, DCYF still has custody of them, but they've been living with my mother.
No, I understand that, but are you allowed to communicate with them?
I have not talked to them. I know my mother has been taking care of them.
I understand, but you have not,
No, I
because
haven't
you're not
been
allowed
able
to, or because you?
I don't know if it's because I'm not allowed to, or my mom's just not choosing to allow me to talk to them because I lost my rights and DCYF has custody of them. So I don't know if it's because of that.
So tell me, you make a statement in your personal statement here about you tried to right this wrong.
Yes.
This whole thing. How have you tried to do that?
By telling the truth about what happened to Harmony and being honest and being in compliance with the detectives and the state.
I have just a couple of questions. This is your first felony conviction, is that correct?
Yes.
You had some misdemeanors.
Yes.
And in one of the prior misdemeanors, you were required to do a 28-day program, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you accomplish that?
No, I did not until after I was incarcerated and got put into a 28-day program.
And how, was that in county?
Yes.
All right. And how do you compare that program with Focus?
For myself, I don't think I was really ready to actually pay attention when I was in that 28-day program and really work on myself. And
Well, the problem with addiction is it's a disease of denial.
yeah.
but people can get clean and sober when they accept the fact,
Yeah,
you know, that they're hooked.
yeah,
And then, once that acceptance begins, then slowly that denial goes away.
yeah.
And that's the whole idea of whether it be the 28-day program, and I'm sure of Focus also.
Yeah, when I got kicked out of Focus the first time and for cheating my medication, I was just, when I got put into the program, I was like, oh, I just have to get this done and I can leave. But after getting kicked out and being put back in the program, I've actually been working on myself.
And when you say cheeking, what do you mean by that? Rather than swallowing the medication?
Because I just kept it under my tongue and showed them my mouth, and they caught me cheating my medication instead of taking it properly.
And why didn't you take it properly?
I wasn't in the right headspace, and I just didn't really care at that time.
What did you do with them?
I ended up having to spit it out.
You just spit it out and got rid of it, you didn't share it with anyone, you didn't give it to anybody
No,
else?
the officer took it. Like, yeah.
So had you done it prior though and never got caught, or is this the
No.
only time you did it and got caught?
That was the first time, and I did it one other time, and that was like close together. And then I haven't done it since.
So I just have a couple. You've been on probation before in the past.
Yes.
How'd that go?
Not good.
Not very well, right?
No.
Yeah. So do you understand that probation and parole are pretty similar?
Yes.
Do you understand that the standard conditions are pretty similar?
Yes.
Do you know what the standard conditions are? The gist of them. I'm not going to ask you to read them verbatim, but do you know one big one I'm looking for? You can't lie.
Oh, yeah.
You can't lie, right?
Right.
It's the same on probation, it's the same on parole, right?
Yeah.
And it is a technical violation, but with you, right, you can bet they're gonna be looking, right? They're gonna pay
Yeah.
attention to that technical violation because that's the charge you're here for, right?
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, how are you gonna be able to deal with that? How are you gonna be able to deal, because you've got some pressure on you. You're young and you've got a lot of pressure, right? Some of it you brought on by your choices, right?
Yeah.
Can't minimize that.
No.
But how are you gonna deal with the pressure in the community and be able to keep yourself together and not lie? Because it's hard, but once you tell one, you're beat.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna be able to keep up,
Right. Yeah.
right? And the microscope's gonna be on you.
Yeah.
How are you gonna deal with
I
that?
know that.
How are you gonna deal with that?
All I can do is take it one day at a time.
Do you understand that your probation officer or your parole officer are your lifeline?
Yes.
They really are your lifeline. They're there to help you. They're there to guide you. They're not there to try to get you back in here as fast as you can get here. You need to use them as a resource.
Yeah.
And that's hard. It's hard to trust, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's hard to trust law enforcement with you right now,
Yeah.
right? I know. I can see it written all over your face. So what do you think the big differences are, the supervision for you with probation and parole? Supervision levels.
I feel that parole is higher than probation.
Higher how, though? What do you think that your parole officer is going to have you do differently that your probation officer didn't have you do?
I honestly don't know.
Probably have to report more, probably have more drug screens, probably more home visits,
Yeah.
right? Probably check on programming more, right? A little stricter, right? So, you know, you talked about your children a little bit.
Yeah.
You went through Family Connections.
Yeah.
Never at any point during Family Connections, with all the resources they have, did you want to read a book and record it and send it home to your family for your kids to listen to? Did you ever want to do any of those things that they had? Because I know that that's an
I
option.
have.
Okay.
I've done the Cliff thing where you get books and you can send them. I have wanted to do the recording, but I don't want to do it and they can't listen to it, or it's just hard right now with the kids.
It's hard, but do you think that it will make you feel like you're trying? By doing nothing, right? Because it sounds like you really want a relationship still with your children, but you just don't know if you can go there.
Yeah, because that was my mother.
Yeah. But there's all these options and things that you could have done to try to, at least try to have some sort of relationship. You don't need to know if they get there. You just need to know that you did it.
I have been doing stuff.
Okay.
I've been doing the cliff thing. I've been making blankets. I've been making pictures. I've been doing a lot of things.
Okay.
And I'm still in the FCC program. I've still been doing parent support groups, and I did the parenting class and the healthy relationships, and I see Miss V once a week with the support groups.
Okay. And you talked about that, disciplinary was an issue for you when you first got here. You completed all your extra duty hours?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do for extra duty hours here?
Shoveling. I did most of it was shoveling, ice scooping, cleaning the day room, the windows, the workout room. Just did a lot of cleaning.
Do you have a job here?
Yes.
Okay. So my last question is, what are your goals? What is your 5-year goal from today? If you're granted parole, what is your goal?
I don't even, just my recovery is number one. And just keep doing the right thing. That's just what's been in my mind, to be honest.
So when you went to school growing up, right, some people say, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a police officer. What did you want to be?
I wanted to be a veterinarian.
Still want to be a veterinarian?
Yeah.
Sounds like a good goal. Give yourself something to strive for, right? Working on your recovery is fantastic, but you gotta do something for yourself.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, your mind's not gonna stop, right? And if your mind doesn't stop, what are we gonna do?
Relapse.
We're gonna go back and self-medicate. And then you're gonna get in the cycle again. You've gotta take time for yourself. You gotta figure it out. It's not easy. You're gonna feel selfish, but you have to do it.
That's how I already feel.
I have this question. You're on the MAT program now.
Yes.
And in taking that medication, do you have any adverse side effects?
No.
Okay. Does it help as far as the feeling of compulsion is concerned? The compulsion to use?
Yes. I don't have cravings or anything like that, or the urge to want to use.
And also, you see behavioral health behind the walls also.
Yes.
And you take any medication, I don't need to know names of anything, but you take any medication?
Yes.
The only thing that we're asking that for is, as far as the parole conditions are concerned, if you grant parole, we want to include things like that.
Yeah.
All right. And your minimum parole date is soon coming up. It's in May of this year, is it not? May 3rd of this year?
Yes.
All right. And you realize that date is the date that you could be released, provided you complete focus and any other required program
Yes.
on the walls. But if you, and sometimes, I want to indicate, I guess there was you received some earn time credit by doing certain things? Was it breaking free or?
I did Breaking Free, Choose Love program, and Core Skills.
And by doing programs that helps in your rehabilitation, your parole, your minimum parole date can be decreased. In other words, that you can get out at an early date. And
Yes.
I'm not certain if it's the May 3rd or May 5th, but whatever date that is the date that you could be paroled if this board decides to grant you the same.
Yes.
All right, we have no control over, by the way, minimum parole dates. That's a function of the court and its sentencing, and you behind the walls with the programs that you do. All right, unless there are any more programs, we deliberate through the use of our computers.
Yes.
We'll do that now. Oh, what's that? Is there anything else you want to indicate to us?
I know my case manager told me that my minimum is March 4th because my earn time that I put through went through.
That's right. I think it was reduced to from May, so that you're really past your minimum as we speak today.
Yes.
So it's a
Release movement at this time, release movement only.
It's a matter of completing those programs that we earlier discussed.
Yes.
So, okay.
From a victim services standpoint, the only condition that we're going to request is intensive supervision for a minimum of 90 days upon release due to complexities related to this case.
All right, there's a request from victim service for ISP, which is just the term of supervision so that you report more often. All right?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I am working with the staff here on making sure I feel safe when it is time for me to leave. I've been checking in with mental health a lot and the late acts. And we're just working on a plan for when it's time for me to leave, that I feel safe and strong enough to be out.
I would encourage you to keep that close to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't share it with those that you don't want to know. The security staff will do their job.
Yeah.
Right? Your PO will have discretion wherever that may be. But usually I find when these things happen, clients usually talk too much themselves and then they get scared because they told one person, then it went too far. Keep
I
it
was
close.
told that I could say that.
Yeah, no, you can say it to us.
Yeah.
Yes, but I mean, when you decide where you're going.
Yeah,
with
that.
Everybody here.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm working on.
Do you understand what ISP is?
No.
So you'll have a curfew, you'll have increased screens, all those things we talked about, the difference, right?
Yeah.
The difference though is you will come back on just about any violation during that 90 days that happens.
Okay.
Your parole officer has a lot more leeway on your violations. Much stricter.
Yeah.
But the important part of that is that you keep your PPO informed.
Yeah.
And you work closely with him or her.
Yeah.
All right? Because they don't want you to come back.
Yeah.
Their success is when you do well in the community. Because our function as a parole board is to release those on parole who will not again commit a crime and will turn out to be good citizens. And that parole supervision is what helps in that goal.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we've communicated, and we're going to grant you the privilege of parole. It'll be on standard conditions. You must complete focus. You must comply with your approved home plan. If it includes sober living, remain there for 90 days and thereafter in the discretion of your PPO and as recommended by your treatment provider. Engage in the American Society of Addiction Medicine Substance Use Disease Level of Care as the Department of Corrections and the LADAC recommends. Comply with the MAT or MAUD program, MAT or MAUD program, including prescribed medications. Mental health in the community is needed and be compliant with prescribed medications. Engage in group addiction recovery, which may include AA and NA, as recommended by the LADAC and the PPO. And of course, you have to be C3 and D3 for release, and ISP for 90 days, and then in the discretion of the PPO. Now that's going to be read back to you.
Okay.
And then, if you have any questions, you can ask them after the readback.
Okay.
And let the record reflect as follows. Today's decision is your parole has been approved. However, you must complete the focus program and you must have an approved home plan. If your home plan includes the sober living, you must remain there for 90 days and thereafter in discretion of your PPO and as recommended by your treatment provider. You are to engage in ASAM substance use disorder level of care as DOC LADAC recommends. You are to comply with your MAT, MAUD program, including prescribed medications. You are to engage in mental health treatment in the community as needed and be compliant with your medications, your prescribed medications. You're to engage in group addiction recovery, which may include AA and NA as recommended by your LADAC and PPO. You'll be on ISP for a period of 90 days and at discretion of your PPO. Standard conditions of parole apply, and you are to be C3 or lower classification and disciplinary free for release.
Okay.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
the State versus John DeLay. Counsel, can you please identify yourselves for the record?
Scott Chase for the state, Your Honor.
Rachel Harrington for the state.
Benjamin Faulkner for John DeLay.
Patrick Hilario for John DeLay.
Good afternoon.
And to my right is Judge Kennedy. He is newly appointed, is here until he is going to be sitting in Rockingham County. So thank you very much. I did thank you for your patience. I saw that there was a letter uploaded by you on behalf of your client, which I had a chance to read, and the video I believe that you submitted to Case Line. So I watched that just before coming out to the bench, and I have read both of the sentencing memoranda as well. So why don't we start with the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just following up on that video, just for purposes of the record, the state had a witness prepared to testify. An agreement was reached between counsel, so defense had no objection to that video. So I just want to cover that for the record.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I tend to be brief. From the state's perspective, this is about the victims and their opportunity to address the court and express the grief and the trauma that they've experienced. Obviously, the state has extensively addressed its position in the memorandum, and so I will rely upon that as well as Your Honor's observation of the courtroom, the evidence that came in. The state, would note we would contest various aspects and errors within the defendant's sentencing memorandum, but I will save the back and forth on that. But one point I do think that is important is that what the defendant is asking for is a manslaughter. That the jury had an opportunity to consider, and they expressly rejected. This case is a second-degree homicide, not just a reckless homicide, but a knowing second-degree homicide. This is not a case in which the defendant should be sentenced consistent with a manslaughter. The court is well aware of typical manslaughter sentences and comparative homicide sentences. The defendant should be sentenced justly and appropriately consistent with his conviction. Beyond that, Your Honor, happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'd ask for the court's permission for the victims to be heard. Please. Thank you. So first is going to be Alan Pouliot. The monitor has the spellings, Your Honor, and this is Timmy's father. Thank
you. All right. Good afternoon. This would be my first public speaking. This is the first time that I had to open my heart in front of the courtroom and to the whole world on behalf of Timothy Pouliot, my beloved son. I never thought how hard it was going to be to write an impact statement from my heart for the murder of a barbaric execution of my son Timothy. I would like to say to the court and to the world, I am not here to judge anybody. That's God's job. It's because we all sin and we all fall short of the glory of God. I am so glad that's not my job. I pray that God would give comfort to anyone that is still mourning the death of Timothy. I would like to thank the court and the prosecution for their time and for the amazing hard work and dedication that was done in piecing together the evidence and witnesses that led to the conviction of John DeLay. My beloved son Timothy deserves to be honored and receive justice for his senseless murder by a barbaric execution. I remember that day when I got a knock at the door saying that your son got shot and killed outside on Old Granite Street, right next to Soho, near the Club Goat, where he came out of. And when I was told he was shot and killed, at that moment, I didn't have any emotions. That's how much of a shock it was to me. There were a lot of good times that I had with my beloved son, Timothy. I never got to say goodbye to my son. That is the hardest thing that I will have to live with for the rest of my life. I am deeply saddened that I will not be able to make any more happy memories of Timothy. I will never be able to see him again here on earth, but I will see him again at the rapture of the church or in heaven when I die. I can't wait for the day. It will be the happiest day of my life. I really wanted to be a part of his wedding. Also, Timothy was able to see his daughter Arabella get married. Now he can't be a part of her wedding or any special events that will happen in her life. I'm really thankful that the Lord allowed me to see Timothy for the short time before he was killed in an execution-style shootout. It will bother me forever knowing the way that he was killed and why he was killed. My beloved son Timothy was coming over to spend time with us, and I got to see my granddaughter also. Timothy wanted me to sign up to trade with him online. He was helping me sign up, and he traded on my account for me, and he was happy about me trading. That was the last time that I saw him alive. I didn't think this would be the last time that I would be able to talk with him and enjoy his company anymore. That breaks my heart and soul, especially as a dad. Anybody that met Timothy, they fell in love with his positive energy and his passion for life, was on fire and was inspiring in his selfless love for people. There were some people that said that Timothy changed their lives in many ways. I never thought that one of my children would be the victim of gun violence. Now I know what it feels like. It's like you're having a nightmare. But you can't wake up from this dream. This experience will last a lifetime. Timothy was a very intelligent person. His light shines so bright towards people on social media. He always thought of others before himself. He also helped people, if he could, without asking for money. He never put that righteous light under a lampstand and hide it from anyone. He showed people that what he stood for, and Timothy had a positive future. He could have completed the things that he wanted to achieve to the course of his life. The people he definitely would have blessed with his love, compassion, his selfless acts of love towards people. Timothy had such a gifted soul. I will miss that a lot. Also, his positive ideas and encouragement to anyone he met in person or on social media. Timothy liked helping people. He cared about people. He was also, I was so proud of him when he graduated high school. I am still proud of who he became as a young man who searched after God's own heart. He thought he could help people, even if it endangered his own life. He told me that he was not afraid of dying. Every time I wake up, I think of Timothy and I miss him dearly. All day long, I think of why he had to lose his life. Why him? There's a saying, only good people die young, the ones that make the most impact in society. I wanted to give some of my possessions to my son, Timothy, when it was my time, but I never thought that it would be him that I would be going to his funeral instead of me. You never thought that you would have to say goodbye to your son and bury one of your loved ones before you. That is the most terrifying thing that could happen to you. How could such a gifted, loving heart die the way he did? It's incomprehensible. My beloved son Timothy will always be in my heart. Timothy will always be a thorn in my heart forever to remind me of how much I really loved my beloved son Timothy and how short of a time that we have with our loved ones. They're here today and gone tomorrow. In 2 Timothy 4, verse 7 through 8, my son Timothy fought the good fight. He has finished the race. He has kept the faith henceforth. There I laid up for me the crown of righteousness. In John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. I will always love you, my beloved son Timothy. You will remain in my memories, in my heart forever. This is to you, John. The message is for you, John, from God. In Proverbs 18:18-5, it says, "To do righteous and justice is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. When justice is done, it is joy to the righteous, but terror to evildoers." Proverbs 29:26, "It is not good to be partial to the wicked or to deprive the righteous of justice." John, you study the law before, you didn't study the law before you bought your gun, on strict rules of owning a gun, especially about self-defense. Because you neglected it, you are now suffering the highest consequence. John, you destroyed your life when you killed Timothy. What kind of life do you have now? Soon you will be losing your freedom for a very long time because you barbarically executed and murdered Timothy. You had to shoot him 8 times and watch him die for 30 seconds. He had to live, and you watched him drown in his own blood, and then you walked away. You deserve to lose your life, but God is giving you mercy today. You called him Manchester scum. Some people live not so great areas, but they are the most loving and giving people that I have ever met. It is not the town you live in, the state, or the country you live in that defines a person. It is your heart, your morals, and what you believe in. It's about the you know what war this country and the freedoms that you have, John, sacrifice that were made so that we could live in a peaceful society. This action you did disgraces the country for all who fought and died to have the freedoms that you have today. You don't deserve any of the freedoms that our forefathers fought. You call shooting somebody in the back self-defense by shooting Timothy and lowering a gun to the ground till he was dead in anger. And you started this whole thing yourself. This senseless execution-style murder is all yours and only yours, John. You not only took him from his family, but you took him from his friends, the community, and online, ones that loved him dearly. So when you decided to buy your gun and use it to recklessly kill Timothy, you didn't have any regard for human life, and you didn't care about the people around you put in danger. You chose to bring a gun to a bar knowing that when you drink alcohol, it changes your state of mind, of judgment and reasoning when using a firearm. Do you know what it is like to go to a funeral home and see your son lying on a gurney, John? Do you? Deceased, do you, John? I don't think that you have any idea, John, what it's like. It is the most terrifying and hard to go through as a mother, a father, a sister, a brother, an uncle, a nephew, and friends. You destroyed your life for making the wrong decision when you chose to go to a club to party and get intoxicated and not thinking what the consequences would be for using your gun recklessly for the horrendous act of gun violence under the influence of alcohol. So in doing so, you deserve to spend most of your miserable life in prison so you can think about it day in and day out for your actions. But you're going to suffer much more than my son did for your barbaric execution-style murder of my son. When my son died, my son was met by an angel. He is in heaven now with Jesus. He had eternal life. He was a born-again Christian, by the way, John. My son was saved by Jesus Christ, the one that died for our sins, and is the only one that can forgive sin. Timothy was considered a righteous man in God's eyes. You did not win over him in this life or in the next life. Timothy has endless joy and happiness in the arms of God. You committed one of the highest sins in the sight of God. This is how to change the hearts of men. In Psalms 51:10, create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. In Acts, and God who knows the heart bore witness to them by giving them the Holy Spirit, just as he did to us.
And he made no distinction between us and them, having cleansed their hearts by faith. In Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. The only way to have that sin forgiven is through Jesus Christ. You must be born again of the Spirit to have your sins forgiven. You have two choices: to accept him as your Lord and Savior, or if you can't open your heart to Jesus Christ, the one that forgives sin, then your sin will not be forgiven. Your sin will, you will have to answer for it on the white throne judgment day. That's all you have for choices. It looks like you have to think about that a lot, but don't take too long, John. John, I forgive you for what you have done. I love you, John, and I love your family. I am not angry at you for killing my son. You will not consume my life with hate and unforgiveness. So it says in Matthew 6:14 through 15, for if you forgive others their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. In Romans 12:19, dear friends, never take revenge. Leave that to the righteous anger of God. For the scriptures say, I will take revenge. I will pay them back, says the Lord. Instead, if your enemies are hungry, feed them. If they are thirsty, give them something to drink. In doing this, you will heap hurling coals of shame on their heads. Don't let evil conquer you, but conquer evil by doing good. I'm done.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that input.
Our next is Michelle Poulion. This is Timmy's mother.
Don't mind my voice. I just get over a cold.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Take your time.
First of all, I want to thank the court for your time in hearing this case. And I want to thank the prosecution team, Amy, Scott, and Rachel, for the amazing work they did on convicting a murderer and help putting him away. I waited all this time to look you in the eyes and ask you why. Why 8 times? 4 times my son would have forgave you. 8. He was the most loved, caring person you will ever meet. And even if you guys did have a fight that night, he would have walked right up to you, and the man he is, he would have said, I forgive you. But you didn't. You didn't. You looked at my son as he was suffering, laying there on the ground. You white scum. White man, just white trash. He was by far white trash. I remember it like it was yesterday. Friday evening, I left work. I came home, and my son and granddaughter were there. My son asked me, Mom, can you watch Arabella for a while? And I said, absolutely. I would never turn down my granddaughter. And there was some reason that night my granddaughter did not want my son to leave. I don't know what it was. She was hanging on to him. She was just screaming and crying. He wasn't going to go out. But I said, Bud, she'll be fine. You never get to go out. You always work. A couple hours ain't going to be anything bad. He walked up to me, and he gave me a hug and said, Mama, I will be fine. And I said, please stay safe. But every day In my heart, I regret that I didn't say no. I have so much guilt that if I had only said no to him, he would still be alive. When I get that knock at that door Saturday from Amy and the detective, I knew they weren't coming to have coffee. And I knew exactly what they were there for. So I ran up in my room and I didn't want to hear it. So I made my husband go down there and talk to them. And he came back and said, yes, he was killed in a shootout outside the goat last night. And when I found out the way that he was murdered, you are a killer. You will always be a murderer and a killer. You executed a kid that was way smaller than you. Almost 200 pounds lighter. You could have whipped his butt. But you're a coward. You took the easy way out. All over a girl. A girl. To see the pain in my son, Brendan's eyes, because him and Timothy were Irish twins. They were acceptable together. They did everything together. And to see him mourning in a pain, in his heart, and there was nothing I could do to make it better. When I gave birth to my daughter, I always wanted my complete family. Married 31 years, 2 kids, call it a day. I tried like anything to give birth to another child. And they told me, no, Michelle, you are not going to be able to have any more kids. I had 5 miscarriages. So in my eyes, Timothy was my miracle baby. And that's why he was so kind. He was so loving. He loved anyone. To have 400 people at his funeral. 400 people, John, at a funeral. The funeral home didn't even understand how so many people, and then they kept coming. I had his grade school teachers reaching out to me, told me that Timothy was a major big deal. He used to go and take 12-year-old kids off the streets and teach them Taekwondo for absolutely free. For why? Discipline, respect for elders. Well, maybe that's what you lacked, was discipline. And to see 4 12-year-old boys look me in the face and crying their hearts out and saying, it's not going to be the same without Timothy. John, out of this whole trial, you haven't shown one bit of emotion or feeling bad for what you did. I get it. Alcohol plays a big factor. Alcohol and guns do not mix. And good question, how'd you get into the club with a gun? I guess that's mysterious too. After you shot my son 8 times, you stood right there and called my son as he was laying there drowning, not after asking him for help or calling 911 or trying to give him CPR. You called the Manchester scum. And you don't think that you deserve the rest of your life in jail? Yes, you do. You should. But I'm asking you to the honor to give him the max, because I'll make a deal with John. You could have 30 years out of jail if I could have my son back. Is that possible, John? Can I have my little boy back? No. I got a granddaughter that is not going to be able to see her daddy walk her down the aisle. She's not going to have a father-daughter dance. My son Brendan will have to stand up in that place and be there, and we will all be there. But John, I forgive you. I forgive you, because I will not have you consume my life. I do not. I know alcohol played a big part that night, and I want it to do your anger too. I feel bad because if the tables were turned and your mom was standing there, I would be bawling because I'd be in so much shame of what my son did. That's why my son was liked by everyone. He would rather a friend, if they decided to fight at a club, they would turn around and go, okay, you lost. Jake, you buy the next drink. That's what he was about. No, not knowing that a kid who was 200 pounds lighter than you put 8 bullets in him because you couldn't take them. You're that much of a wimp. You're going to big boy prison now, Pete. Wait till you see what happens there. This is real time now. And I know you have some regret. I know you do. And that's the only way I can forgive you. As I said, if I could look you in the face and see that you actually did not mean what you did that night, then I would forgive you. And yes, I do. I do forgive you. Just take this time. Learn from your mistakes. And I'm sure your family's going through it too. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, this is my son, John. John, look at my son. That's where I get to look at my boy.
Your Honor, Timmy's daughter's grandmother.
To John's family, I am truly very sorry for all of the heartache you are going through. 2 young boys lives ruined because of one senseless mistake. John, I know what you did must have been an impulsive act, but you took away a kind and gentle person. I am sorry you made such a poor choice at such a young age, but you killed an amazing father to a wonderful little girl. Timothy documented every single thing this beautiful baby did from the day she was born. He videotaped everything from taking her first steps to learning how to drink from a water fountain. Timothy only wanted a family life. Arabella was his world. Even though he and Kiara weren't together at the time, Timothy was positive that in the end there would be a little family. That's all he ever wanted. Timothy was very spiritual and a great motivator. He taught Bella to say grace before dinner, to be thankful to God, and would be inspirational to my other grandchildren who looked up to him as a mentor. These 2 grandchildren are now on antidepressants and attend a grief counseling program designed for children. The freshman has been failing school ever since. Out of the blue the other day, Arabella started meditating, something Timothy did frequently, and something he was teaching my grandson to do to ease his mind. The person I feel most sorry for is Arabella. She lost her father, her daddy, her dada, the one man who would love her more than anyone else in the world, the one who she could always turn to but no longer can. I have 2 children, 8 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Timothy became part of our lives for 6 years and was like my grandson, my 9th. He always called me Grandma and always appreciated everything I did for him. He wrote me little notes of thanks all of the time. The last one said, I just want to thank you for everything you do for me and especially Bella. I'm so thankful to have you in my life. I love you, Grandma. Timothy. I always think, am I going to go through life being lucky enough with nothing happening to my children? I was not. I have lost a lot of people very close to me, but Timothy has made the biggest impact. I cry at just the mention of his name, so senseless. John DeLee, you took away a beautiful ray of light. At least you're alive. Timothy is not. There is light at the end of your tunnel. Our light has gone out. We love you, Timothy, and miss you every single minute of every single day. Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Kiera McKenzie. This is Arabella's mother.
Yeah, I might need him. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kiara McKenzie. I am Timothy's former partner of 5 years and mother of Arabella Pouliot. I want to start on that cold January morning. I was sleeping. My phone started going off. Tons of missed messages and missed calls. When I came to, I finally understood the words I'm reading. Timothy's been shot. Instinct kicked in, and I finally comprehend the words I'm reading. Everyone at the hospitals said no one under that name had been admitted. With nowhere to turn, I called the police station, praying. The only words spoken to me were me. Do you have any information regarding a shooting at the Goat in Timothy Pouliot? Receiver, are you able to meet right now or come to the station? Me, I'm on my way right now. On my way, I had passed the Goat, not knowing the news I would be told not even 20 minutes later. The world stopped. Emotion hit like a tsunami. And within hours of dawn, multiple families were shattered. As quickly as it happened, having to plan happened quicker. I vividly remember we had all arrived at the funeral home to start coordinating and making final decisions. Fear set in faster than any set of grief and peace could. We were all receiving death threats from anonymous users online, having to scurry in for our safety and sending Arabella away safely. Trying to make the toughest decisions in my life with an unsettling sense of insecurity, hoping nothing would happen to Arabella, my family, and Timothy's family. In the beginning, I was advised to write down these small, hard moments I would relay in this statement. I cannot tell you how an unspoken, loud, happy, and outgoing person like me became numb, empty, and angry and alone. I was speechless for the first time in my life. The first few months were foggy, hard for me to look back on. I lost myself to a dark place, resulting in emptiness and burnt bridges. One of my never-ending thoughts will always be why. I do not have that answer truly. and may never know. I've asked this question a number before. I've suffered from 8 important people in my family past in the last 15 years. Death is not foreign to me. I face death in the face of my own loved ones. Everyone is difficult, but this one is deeper. Not understanding eats you from the inside out, alive. After a while, I was here on earth, but not in reality. I found myself going to the Goat in Soho, finding the spot, and I'd lay on the ground and try to understand, what did he last see, hear, think? I remember going out of town for my birthday that March because I felt consumed by my emotions and environment. I remember letting go of Timothy's 21st birthday balloons in April and pouring him a drink. The worst memory is setting up a chair for Arabella's 3rd birthday in May and putting a sweatshirt, sweatpants over the chair, his shoes at the feet, and balloons tied to the back, just so he could be there at his daughter's birthday. This isn't all about me either. I speak on behalf of our daughter. She adored him. Many people told me in the beginning, she's too young, she will forget. Or another, she is too young, she won't remember. To this day, she still tells me she loves and misses her daddy or dada. Just goes to show how strong a bond can be, and no little the person's age can that just be forgotten. Timothy was a loving, energetic, and fun dad. He wanted to give Arabella a world kids dream of. With his short time on Earth, she did get to experience those brief, pure moments that only a child and a parent can bond over. Core memories. He made these in photos, videos, and reels he took, recording them at the park playing, a field, learning sports, and running around. Timothy installed floors. When we got an apartment, he installed a pink carpet just for her princess room. He constantly would talk about her and everything he wanted them to do. Because he recorded many moments as a proud father, he made an Instagram to show friends and family how smart and beautiful she was, posting her growth and development. Timothy started making motivational, fitness, and lifestyle videos on social media. He was inspiring a network of people in many different areas of life. Parents, old friends, and new ones were now invested in learning, absorbing his stories. When the news spread, many in the community were affected deeply. Timothy was spreading inspiration and hope in our young adult community. I had many friends and strangers showing me the inspirational and thoughtful messages he would send them. Some across country. He would check on a lot of his friends daily. In the previous week, before the incident, a mutual friend of Timothy and I came to me and told me Timothy was talking about Arabella on his night off. Timothy came to me and told me Timothy was at the same bar and would not stop talking about Arabella on his night off. He was a devoted father, and I thank him deeply for stepping up to the plate through all the tough times and putting Arabella first. I also want to thank a courageous young woman, Sarah Buttersworth, for sharing the last moments of Timothy's life with him. I remember praying he wasn't alone when this tragedy struck, and an angel was near. But as much as I'm grateful, I realize this is something traumatic for not only those involved, but for anybody that was nearby. The impact on the onlookers, the video that spiraled like wildfire, covering social medias internet-wide. This caused a devastation for our families, knowing sentimental, sensitive footage was at anyone's grasp. As an elementary and/or middle school kid, you and your friends may find it funny to search your name on Google, maybe a friend's name or family. For my daughter, it will not be that. The first and most chilling for a mother is unionleader.com states, 2-year-old daughter of Manchester murder victim. In quotations, I want my daddy. My daughter's words. The second from Patch reads, family devastated and seeking answers after senseless shooting. A third from Yahoo News repeats the first article. And the last, her father's obituary. There are things, as a mother, you cannot provide, like a father. I will not be able to fill that void or satisfy that longing. Unfortunately, I am missing a page. Am I able to verbally continue what I remember? Anything over there?
Was this their first week? Okay. Was this their first week? Okay. Go ahead and mute it. I'm going to ask that nobody be on the front row right next to the jury, please. All rise for the jury. Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state or the defense. If you could pass the verdict form up here, please, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Martz, I understand you are the foreperson of this jury. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I understand the jury has reached a unanimous verdict as to each of the counts contained within this indictment. Is that correct? Yes, sir. If you would stand, please, sir. Ms. Hallington, if you would stand and face the jury. Mr. Martz, as to the first count of this indictment charging first-degree felony murder, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
And that verdict is what, please?
The jury find the defendant Robin Rebecca Hallington guilty of reckless homicide.
As to the second count alleging aggravated child neglect, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Hallington guilty of aggravated child neglect.
As to the third count alleging aggravated child neglect, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Hallington guilty of aggravated child neglect.
As to the fourth count alleging initiating or filing a false report to law enforcement, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
That verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Hallington guilty of initiating a false report to a law enforcement officer.
As to the fifth count alleging tampering with evidence, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Hallington guilty of tampering with evidence.
And as to the sixth count alleging attempted tampering with evidence, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, sir.
And that verdict is what, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Rebecca Hallington guilty of attempted tampering with evidence.
If that is your verdict, if you would signify by raising your right hand, please. Let the record reflect all 12 hands are raised as either side wish for the court to poll this jury. All right, Ms. Hallington, you may have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your hard work. You have concluded week 1 of your jury service. I wish I could tell you that you're done, but you're not. You've still got 1 more week of service. I know that we've got another case to start in here on Monday, so I'm sure I'm going to see a lot of you back on Monday morning when we're picking another jury. Have a very good weekend. Thank you very much for your service, and I'll see you on Monday. All rise for the jury. All right, everyone may have a seat. Ms. Hallington, based upon the jury's verdict of guilt, finding you guilty in count 1 of reckless homicide, as well as counts 2 and 3 of aggravated child neglect, count 4, filing a false police report, count 5, tampering with evidence, and count 6, attempted tampering with evidence. The court revokes your bond. You're ordered into custody. When do we need to set this for sentencing? What's 45 days? April 22nd. What day of the week is that? That preceding Friday would be what, the 19th? Does Friday, April the 19th work for everyone for sentencing?
Yes, sir.
Is that good, General? Ms. Hallington, I will see you on April the 19th. The court will conduct a sentencing hearing at that time. In the interim, a pre-sentence investigation report will be prepared. Probation will be interviewing you. If you wish to have your attorney present with you when that interview is conducted, you have a right to do so. I'll see you on April the 19th.
Thank you. But I figured. Oh, you have it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. When I have never felt a deeper sadness to not be able to provide her with answers. Answers I don't have myself. I wanted to hate you, John. I wanted you to experience the unthinkable. But every time I was brought back, I would think about my daughter and how at a young age I became a mother. And it's a feeling unlike any other. Just like my daughter, you are a son. I see you, although we're the same age, in a way your mother sees you. I knew I had two choices within myself.
to love or to hate. I choose not to hate you, John. I choose to be compassionate for myself. I will forever be missing a selfless, loving soul, my daughter's other half taken in a flash. I wish peace on our families, Timothy's soul, and even you, John. I pray for forgiveness from you one day. But ultimately, I choose to let the evidence speak loud and clear for itself. I choose to let God decide. I choose to pray for justice. I hope my words resonate with everyone listening, and we all have peace and love throughout what's next to come. My name is Kiara McKenzie. Thank you for your time.
Our next is Tammy Greenoff, who is a close family friend.
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Greenoff. On January 28th, two lives and two families changed on your choices that you made that day. I don't know what or why you did what you did. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
I don't know why, or I don't know what was going on with you that day and why you had to carry a gun with you. I looked at your pictures on your Facebook, and it showed that you were a football player, and it looked like you had a lot of things going good for you. It seemed like you had a good life. You had a great things in your life that I saw. Sorry. In your life, you could have went to college. You could have married, had kids. You might have that chance when you get out, if you get out. But that day you changed two families, yours and Timmy's. Timmy had a job, a child, a future that was bright, and he was a mentor to young generations. His smile was like a sun, and if you were down, he would brighten your day, brighten you up. I had more, but as people spoke previously, if I can pick out each little messages from them, that's how I feel. Timmy was like a son to me. I watched him grow up. He brought my daughter to prom. I got pictures of him. And that day when my daughter and him were going to the prom, I said, Timmy, come over here. I need a picture with you. And I have that picture on my phone. That's the only picture I have of him and me together. You took a good person for something horrendous that night that you did. Like everybody said, guns and alcohol don't mix. And I don't know why you would have a gun in a bar. I do agree. I do forgive you, John. I'm a Catholic. I hated you at the beginning. And hate is a harsh word. I feel bad for your family. I don't understand. But your family can see you. We can't see Timmy. Timmy is gone. Your family can hear your voice, share memories. We can't share anything. That little girl is growing up without a father. No first dance with father-daughter dance. And like everybody said, weddings. A father's supposed to walk their daughter down the aisle. That little girl won't have a father. But she does have a loving family that will help her and support her on that day and many days. John, I do forgive you. I don't hate you, but I wish you had I wish you could have used your head and think before you reacted on that night. You changed many, many lives that night. Not only, like I said, not only for Timmy's, but yours and your family. They could come and visit you. But I have that picture to visit my Timmy. When I want to think about him. And I do think about him all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Isla Baramovich.
My name's Courtney. I'm an advocate with the AG's office speaking on behalf. After witnessing the shooting, my emotional well-being has been severely impacted, and I am struggling to cope with the trauma and fear that has consumed me. Witnessing what happened back in January of 2023 has had an impact on me both physically and mentally. The physical effects of the traumatic event manifest through feelings of muscle tension and numbness. Mentally, I have been scarred by the thoughts, flashbacks, and difficulty sleeping. The overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness that accompany the experience have left me with a lasting imprint of my overall well-being. I am still seeking understanding, support, and healing as I navigate through the effects on my mental health.
And lastly, Your Honor, a close family friend, Michelle Griffin.
Timmy and my son Anthony met in the 6th grade, and Timmy quickly became a member of our family, so much so that to him, I was a second mother. Timmy and Anthony had a bond like brothers, and they were almost inseparable up until shortly after they graduated high school, when Anthony went overseas with the Marines. However, their brotherly bond remained strong, even as they began to navigate different journeys as young adults. To say that Anthony and I are devastated by Timmy's death would be an understatement. An article I've recently read stated that coping with loss challenges the most resilient, and I immediately understood why. The fact of the matter is that so many people's lives never recover from the anguish caused by a loss, especially one as tragic as this. Sitting in the courtroom through the trial, I could feel the intensity of the suffering endured by loved ones. My heart aches for everyone who has been affected, and that includes the DeLee family, who in a different way lost someone too. The effects of this tragedy also extend well beyond the people in this courtroom. There is a little girl whom Timmy loved more than anyone. Although she is still too young to fully comprehend that she will grow up without her father, this has certainly affected her and will continue to do so for the rest of her life. I have no doubt that I'm not the only person in this room who had hopes this was all just a nightmare from which we would wake up to find our loved ones safe and at home, or who even now wishes we could go back in time and alter what happened that fateful night. Sadly, there are instances when the consequences of our actions, our choices, are irreversible. Timmy is no longer with us, and that has been our new reality. Even though we in some way struggle every day with this new reality, Anthony and I are committed to continuously finding positive, healthy ways to commemorate Timmy's memory. John, please know that Timmy wasn't Manchester scum. He was so much more and was loved by so many people. He was funny and inspirational. He wasn't perfect, no one is, but he was a good person and had a beautiful heart and soul. He put a great deal of effort into trying to achieve his goals for both himself and his daughter. He had so many dreams and aspirations, as seen here through his vision board. In addition to working towards financial independence, marriage, a family, he also desired a home, to travel, and to break generational curses. I often look at his vision board, aware that if he were still living today, he could have achieved many of these dreams and aspirations. However, it also quickly brings to mind the haunting fragility of life. Like with all of us, life wasn't always easy for Timmy, but he was always thankful for his life. In fact, you will hear the words from Timmy himself. Timmy would frequently leave messages for Anthony when Anthony was not available to take a call. This is a message that Timmy left 2 or 3 weeks prior to his death.
It's on my phone. I'm going to put it close.
Hey, bro. I gotta take everything I learned for these past years of positive thinking, building that bulletproof mindset, and I just gotta apply it now for times like this, bro. I can't let myself fall back. I can't let myself, fall into those habits again of just, not taking care of myself. And now that I have a daughter, bro, I just gotta keep moving forward, bro. And I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate everybody in my life that, really cares about me, and that's really showed me that through actions that they care, And I'm just so thankful that I have God in my life and that I'm blessed with everything I have, bro. It could be totally worse, and yeah, I'm still here. I have money, I have food, I have a shelter, I have a beautiful daughter, and I have wonderful friends, bro. So, that's what I'm holding on to, and I'm just gonna keep pushing forward.
Thank you.
That's the end of the state's presentation, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The sentencing in a murder case, I think, is always all murder. Here than in any other case. It's acts Mr. DeLee recognizes that he can never a terrible error in judgment. Error. A number of but the error is still his, and Your Honor has to determine what is a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary, not to correct that error because we can't, but to ensure that he's properly punished, to ensure deterrence, both specific and general, and to ensure rehabilitation. I would submit that the sentence that has been requested by the defense is sufficient but not greater than necessary to meet those aims. The state has characterized that as a request for a manslaughter sentence. I don't think that's necessarily accurate. The state is looking for a sentence that is the maximum that essentially Your Honor can give in a murder case, but the murder statute provides for lesser sentences. This would be the maximum sentence that could possibly be imposed in a manslaughter case, but that doesn't make it in and of itself a manslaughter sentence. It's a substantial sentence. The minimum sentence that's being requested by the defendant would be 15 years and the maximum 30. Were he to do the max, we're talking about getting out in his 50s. Otherwise, we're still talking about him getting out well into his 30s. That's the kind of time frame. It's an extraordinary period of time, and it certainly cannot compare to, obviously, to the loss that the Pouliot family has. They don't ever have their son back. But we're talking about all of Mr. DeLee's basically central forming years of early adulthood will all be gone under whether it's the state sentence or the defendant sentence that we're talking about. And those are years that hopefully he will be able to use so that he's able to have his brain in a position that it's not making decisions like that. We don't typically have these kinds of errors being errors in judgment being made by people in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. And it's not youth alone. It's not alcohol alone. It's not peer pressure alone. It's all of those things that coalesced in this case. I just want to briefly touch on the state's requested aggravating factor of a lack of remorse. Your Honor has had a chance to read Mr. DeLee's statement. Mr. DeLee doesn't have an extensive education. He has a high school education. And in my dealings with him, he doesn't use a lot of words. He's not extremely communicative. But he really worked hard on the few words that he did provide to the court. He spent a lot of time, even though we're talking about just that one paragraph, he spent a lot of time on it. As to the incident that Your Honor watched the video, it's not lost on me that occurred approximately within 12 hours of his learning of the state sentencing recommendation in this case. And he's a little bit older than he was at the time of the homicide in this case, of the murder in this case. But he's still a pretty young man and under a great deal of stress. The other thing I would note about the incident in the jail is I know Your Honor has had a chance to watch the video, but the state did provide some update to defense counsel during the day. The officer who had spoken to the Manchester police detective that is quoted in the state's addendum to the sentencing memo did make clear that it was basically it was an error to have described Mr. DeLee as the primary aggressor, and that it appeared to be more of a mutual combat situation. And having read some of the police reports or investigative reports provided by the state, I would also point out that the other person that was involved in the fight essentially took responsibility for having began the altercation. Quote, he said, "I took an extra tray, so I showed him what's up," end quote. And that's the statement of the other person that was involved in that incident in the jail. I don't want to belabor that. I just point out that I think that's, again, an incident where we're talking about a massive amount of stress, and clearly Mr. DeLee does not handle stress very well. But what he does have is the support and in a number of ways of a wide range of family members and friends who are going to be there as a support system whenever he is able to get out of jail, if he's ever able to get out of jail. And that kind of support system is also important because whenever Mr. DeLee is able to get out of prison, it's going to be important that he have all the support necessary so that he's able to be a law-abiding citizen once he gets out of the prison. And he has a lot of that support system there. I know, if I could have just a moment, I believe Mr. DeLee has a few words and just a very few, but they're just in supplement to his letter. If I could just have one moment. If Mr. DeLee could address the board.
Of course.
Your Honor, I just want to say I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't, Mr. Dilly, I don't mean to interrupt you. You don't have to bend over. It'll
I
pick
just
up.
want to say I'm sorry to Timmy's family and the court and my family too.
And with that, Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Did you have any rebuttal or response?
No, I was
Can
going to say no, Your Honor.
Yeah, can I just see counsel briefly at the bench?
All rise, please. All rise, please.
Whenever Mr. DeLee,
Your Honor, I just want to say I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't, Mr. Dilly, I don't mean to interrupt you. You don't have to bend over. It'll
I
pick
just
up.
want to say I'm sorry to Timmy's family and the court and my family too.
and with that, Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Did you have any rebuttal or response?
No, I was
Can
going to say no, Your Honor.
Yeah, can I just see counsel briefly at the bench? if you can just remain standing when I explain. So it's my practice to explain the sentence before I tell you the terms and explain the reasoning that I went through in reaching my decision. So there's absolutely no doubt in this case that a terrible tragedy happened on January 28th in which the lives of two families have been changed forever, and I can't possibly articulate that in any more compelling way than the statements we heard here today from Timmy's family and the statements that your family and friends and support provided to the court about what your actions did on that fatal day. And I agree, at least in part, with the defense's explanation. Well, let me back up 1 second. One thing I took away from the remarks here today is the repeated question about why. Why did this have to happen? And I don't think anyone will ever know that for sure, but I think I have some insights into having watched this trial and having thought about this case a lot that explain what happened here and why this happened. And I agree in part with Attorney Faulkner's explanation that Timmy's murder was the result of a fatal combination of youth and alcohol, and of course that's an important consideration. But I think that's only part of the story, and I don't actually even think that's the biggest part of the story or explanation for what happened here. What happened in this case is that Timothy Pouliot wouldn't back down when he was confronted by a bully, namely you. He had the audacity to stand up to a man who was literally more than twice his size and who, because of his size, was used to getting his way. And he had the gall to talk to your ex-girlfriend, and he had the gall not to back away when you confronted him the first time in that bar. And when he and his friends went back over to your ex-girlfriend and started bragging to them, that was too much for you. And that's when the physical confrontation began to escalate. And when Timmy's friend hit you, you flew into a rage. There was no doubt you were spoiling for a fight, and you were not going to let these three guys get the better of you. And just like a bully, you hid behind a gun. And just like a bully, you put an end to Timmy's life by putting 8 rounds into him to show people that no one was going to stand up to John DeLee and live to tell that tale. And if I had any doubt about your acts being motivated by that bullying, all of that doubt was erased by your conduct just 2 days ago at the jail. What I saw on that video is absolutely the acts of a bully. Someone stood up to you, someone had the audacity to take your breakfast, a shrimp, a small guy who could live on snacks. And no one was going to stand up to John DeLee. And he got what he had coming to him, and you beat the heck out of that guy. And every school kid knows that bullies need to be punished to put an end to bullying. And your conduct deserves harsh punishment, and it deserves a significant sentence, both for specific deterrence, so that you finally get the message that someone is going to stand up to John DeLee and not take it anymore, and general deterrence that this kind of behavior is completely and utterly unacceptable. By all accounts, Timmy Pouliot was a kind-hearted person, and you put an end to that life. Frankly, I don't believe the show of remorse. Certainly your words in the immediate aftermath of this shooting show what you thought of him, that white Manchester trash, or whatever the words you used were. But even the letter you wrote to the court today or yesterday, just recently, show that There's no true remorse here. Not once in that letter do you say, I'm sorry I killed Timmy. Instead you say, I'm very sorry for what happened, as if it's the acts of some other person, not your responsibility that ended his life. And for all of those reasons, the court does not find that the mitigating factors of youth and alcohol outweigh the aggravating factors in this case that warrant a significant sentence. Now, with all that said, I have not adopted the state's recommendation, and I have not adopted the defense's recommendation. I've crafted a sentence here that accomplishes the goals that I've explained in my remarks, but I've also crafted a sentence that's going to give you some opportunity to still have a life in front of you that is more than Timmy Pouliot had. Obviously, he's deceased, will never have, I should say. And so the sentence I'm imposing in this case on the charge of knowing second-degree murder is that you are sentenced to the New Hampshire State Prison for not more than life, no less than 27 years. You have 406 days of pretrial confinement credit, and there is 150 days added to each year of the minimum portion of the sentence to be prorated for any part of the year. That sentence is stand committed, and it begins immediately. Restitution is not ordered in this case because it has not been requested, and court-appointed counsel fees have been waived. You are, as part of this sentence, though, eligible for earned time credit. So that means that you can have up to, I believe it's 24 months of both the minimum and maximum portion of the sentence reduced for approved programming, dealing with issues, counseling, anger management, and other issues that will help with rehabilitation once you're released. You are required as part of this sentence to participate meaningfully in all counseling, treatment, and education as required. You're prohibited from having any contact with the Pouliot family, and of course you have to be of good behavior. On the reckless conduct charge, this is, I have to say, obviously not as nearly close as serious, but it is not an insignificant conviction either. And I think we heard today input on that point, and the number of people outside that bar, it's a miracle no one else was hurt in this incident. So the sentence I'm imposing reflects that as well, and that you are sentenced to the state prison for not more than 6 years, no less than 3 years. The sentence is also stand committed and will be served consecutive to the sentence I just imposed. As with the last sentence, court-appointed counsel fees are waived. The conditions, though, of this sentence are that if you have if you commit no crimes, state or federal crimes, or have any major disciplinary infractions at the prison or other place of employment for a period of 15 years, starting today, for 15 years, then this sentence, both the minimum and maximum, will be suspended in its entirety. So this is designed to give you the incentive to be of good behavior, to not do what you just did 2 days ago at the jail, and to obviously not have any other major disciplinary infractions. The other conditions, so if this sentence is suspended, it would be suspended for a period of 10 years from the date of so you will have to file an application to demonstrate to the court that you've complied with this condition. If the court grants that, then it will be suspended for a period of 10 years from the date it is granted. And if it's suspended, the conditions were, again, meaningful participation in counseling, treatment, and education required by parole, no contact with the Pouliot family, and, of course, good behavior. Do you have any questions about the terms of the sentences? Right. The clerk will read to you your notice of your right to seek sentence review.
John DeLay, you are hereby notified that you have the right to apply for the review of the state prison sentence imposed on you today, March 8th, 2024. The application may be filed within 30 days after the date of the sentence. but not thereafter except for good cause shown. If you file such an application, your sentence will be reviewed by a board of 3 members who will be either judicial referees and/or Superior Court judges. Review of the sentence may result in a decrease or increase of the minimum or maximum term within the limits fixed by law, or there may be no change in the sentence. A form for making application, if you wish to do so, is set forth on this notice. And the state also has the right to apply for sentence review and can obtain an application for that from the clerk's office, if they so desire.
Mr. Dooley is remanded back to the custody of the sheriff, and the court is in recess.
Keep your head up, Jim.
We'll see you soon.
And Ben, you'll